Who said that? Thought it was Tuesday? Not in my world. How many of you thought it was Friday? All right. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. It's Friday somewhere. Okay. Let's get it started. Let's get it going. So, what time is it? 5:16. You scared me because nobody knows what day it is. And that is okay. I usually don't know what day it is either. I just ask people now what the date is. All right, it is 5:15. At 6 o'clock, I am going to be jumping on Zoom with Senator Kaler to discuss the first ever bill in this country that will be passing soon that deals with offering some type of protection to child social media stars, to kidfluencers, to protect them from the phenomenon known as sharenthood. It's parenthood. It's parents who share. It's got great bow ties. Indeed. I posted on Instagram. Live now. Okay. All right. Do not be distracted by whatever's going on later with the IRL stream with those in Japan. It's not going to be exciting. Nobody cares. This is the real stuff. No more gay stuff. Had enough. All right. We are saying don't ask, don't tell. So, all right, listen, I would never say this, okay? All right. This is a little cringe on my part. If you are going to tune into the IRL, which I understand, if you could just have my stream pulled up, I would appreciate it, okay? Because I want this to be a good stream. I want to use this when I pitch to other people who I want to have on the stream in the future, okay? So if you can dual stream, please and thank you. I would appreciate that. Because like I said, this is going to be the first of hopefully many conversations that I will have on stream. So, maybe Ashton Kutcher will be next. Okay, my mama's working on that. Mama Kwan is working on Ashton. So I gotta have a presentation ready to go for that man's as to why he should be on the stream. Yeah, so the IRL is going to be tomorrow. I believe we are aiming to start around 10 a.m. Pacific time. Oh! That is early for me. But that is when the WGA strike march and rally is happening. So it's this really big event that I am excited for. All of the writers are going to be convening in one location in Los Angeles to have this gigantic rally where there's all these speakers and there's musical performances. Maybe Imagine Dragons shows back up. And then we will be marching along some route. I'm not exactly sure what the details are of that, but I reached out to Brett, who did the WGA strike. He manned the camera for the last WGA strike that I did with Hassan and Adam, and so he's going to be helping me with this one tomorrow. Hopefully, I can get this motherfucking backpack pulled off. I hope I can figure it out. Pretty proud of this. Shout out to Jaina for helping me try and figure out this fucking Zoom thing. You want to know the funniest thing to me regarding this whole situation? Is how many people were acting as if like Hassan was the one being cucked. I'm like, what about me? This is great. This is fabulous.
Ready for the stream.
Everyone was like making all these like sad videos of Hassan. I'm like, hello? Blissfulness, thank you for the 3 months. Hello, what about me? Does anybody remember me? Yeah, I don't understand. You're right. What Hassan and Austin had was real. This is devastating. How are we gonna move on? How are we ever gonna get over this? Who little old me? Yeah, okay, all right. So I don't want to really get into too much stuff while I am waiting until 6 o'clock to jump on this Zoom call. Now, here's how this is gonna work. Okay, so I am gonna give you all a little some background on Senator Kaler, and then talk about this bill. Just give you a little info, and then I have a bunch of questions that I've typed up to ask Senator Kaler, and this is going to be a conversation again about the bill, but also about this issue as a whole, right? Kind of like the philosophical element of it. Like, are we as a society doomed? Are we going to be able to move away from more and more children having their entire lives put on the internet from the moment they are born? Is this bill potentially going to spark something, a little flame that creates a big fire in the country, and more states will look at passing similar type of bills? Will you put the questions on screen? I can't because of this Zoom thing. So, sorry. But what I'm going to do is after we have our conversation, I'm going to open it up to chat. So, if you all have questions, please put them in the chat after the conversation, and I will do my best to get as many asked and answered as I can. Hassan said Will has been wilder than Austin in Japan. That's not surprising to me. That is not surprising at all. Yes, indeed. So, anyway, like I said, we're going to start that at 6. If you got to watch the IRL stream, at least dual stream, please. I would appreciate it. These fucking Japan boys are stealing my time. BFF, thank you for the 400 bits. Appreciate you. Can we ask his star sign? My mom was so funny because she was like, just a heads up, like, Senator Kaler is very pure. And I was like, what the fuck does that mean? She's like, don't do your swearing and stuff. And I was like, what? She goes, you know, you kind of have a dirty mouth sometimes. She's like, Senator Kaler has background in theology. He is a man of God. And I was like, what do you think I'm gonna do? How do you think I'm gonna behave? Josh, that's because you're a real one. One tabbing this stream and this stream only. Exactly. Will you turn off chat on the screen? No, actually, that reminds me. that I should pull up. Hold on. Browser source. Let's do Twitch chat. Okay. Could that work? Potential? No? I don't know. There we go. I'll adjust that. You can show him a picture of your dad's giant Bible and win him over. True. True. No, he is very sweet. He has done a lot of good work in the nonprofit world. He is known for his bow ties. Adorable. Okay. I'm gonna pull up. There's this video that I wanted to watch before this convo, but it's called KIDFLUENCE. It's a CBS report called Kid Influencers. Few roles, big money. But I think we'll watch it after. So maybe we'll watch these two shorter ones instead, or we can watch Illinois bill protecting social media stars. What else do I have to report? I think really just the WGA strike tomorrow is going to be the big one. So I'll talk about that again before I end stream tonight. There's other news going on in the world, of course. I don't know how much of it I'm going to cover tonight after this conversation, but we will see. I would like to say R.I.P. Bozo to Andrew Tate, okay? He hasn't been, found guilty yet, but he was officially charged with rape and human trafficking in Romania. I'm sure Hassan has covered this for 5 hours, but R.I.P. Bozo. Fuck you. What's the timeline of the DGA SAG deal strikes? So DGA, they are voting on the new contract now, and they have 3 more days to vote. And then we will see if the DGA officially ratifies this new contract with the AMPTP. SAG is currently negotiating. Haven't really heard anything. Probably because I'm not as active of a member in the union. I don't know. I feel like I should be getting emails. But they have until June 30th at midnight to either agree to this new contract, or to go on strike. Couldn't have happened to a nicer guy. Yeah. Andrew Tate, This is a witch hunt. SAG made a separate group chat without you. Yeah, it kind of fucking feels like that, Like, what? What's going on? Okay. What's child social media stars? I think this is the video that I want to watch. I think we watched this before. Let me see. Maybe this one. No, wait. This one is a bill aimed to protect. Okay, we'll watch this one. Add block term. Yes. Okay, wait, what was was I gonna say? We were talking about DGA, we were talking about SAG. Fuck. Andrew Tate. Shit, I had something. Oh, okay. So this morning I had a call with a person that has now become a friend, but was initially the director who was signed on to direct China Doll through Blumhouse. So China Doll has had, which is a script I wrote, has had many ups, many downs. It has been on just this path. And we haven't spoken in a while. And she emailed and was like, "Hey, can we jump on a call? I just wanna chat with you about the script and provide some updates and get your thoughts on things." So we had this call, and she told me about different producers that she had met with, different studio execs. One in particular was super gung-ho to make this script through her production company that she had with her boyfriend. And then this is a pretty famous actress, she and the boyfriend broke up, which then put the possibility of China Doll being made on hold. Like, there's just so many fucking factors in Hollywood that are literally out of your control. Just so many things that can happen. And so I was talking to this director, and we had talked about the strike, kind of just what's going on in the industry. And she was like, yeah, and then I spoke with so-and-so at, Studio X, so-and-so at Studio Y, and they really like the project, but would require rewriting before they would buy it. And I was like, no, I'm done doing that. I'm no longer doing free rewrites. And it's it's one of the things with the WGA strike, like what writers are fighting for, is that we are sick and tired of doing so much fucking free work. And it's something where when you're not famous, when you're not super established, when you don't have this like gigantic resume, you're required to do even more free work. And so my whole thing is, you like this project? Then fucking pay me to rewrite it, okay? Because this has happened in the past, and I've learned my lesson, where I would have a meeting, some fucking executive would have all these ideas and say, I'd like you to rewrite this before we would buy it. What's up, Spice-tastic? And so I would do that, and then they would have even more notes, so I would rewrite again. And then they would go, yeah, we're just not interested right now. So here I have done all this free work for fucking nothing. And everybody in town has all their opinions. And so it's something where I'm like, I have actively decided that I am no longer doing that. And it sucks because that is just something that's expected in this industry, but again, is being challenged with this current writer's strike. The idea that writers just love writing, so we'll just fucking write for free. Excuse me, I need to not be using the F word. So my mother is not concerned in my conversation. All of these flippin' writers will just work for free because we love writing, and that is bull honky. That is shiitake mushrooms. Imagine just not wanting to be taken advantage of. Yeah, and so when I talked to the director, she was like, I totally get that. It's very frustrating. I was like, also, this is a really weird time as far as, one, there's a strike going on, so I couldn't even do that anyway. Like, I could not take a meeting. I could not, even if I wanted to, I could not touch a script at the behest of some executive at Lionsgate. And there's just, I don't know, it's almost like everybody's holding their breath right now in the industry. I was talking to a friend of mine who, my friend who I appeared in his film that did really well at South by Southwest. I was asking him how it's going with getting a distribution deal, and he said it's so difficult right now, and that even films that won the top prizes at places like Sundance, places like South by Southwest, at Cannes, they're having such a hard time getting picked up. So like overall, the energy in the industry is really bad. It's very scary. And so it just reminded me that I am so grateful. Back in August, September, I decided to say, fuck it. I decided to say, what's like an alternative word for F-U-C-K? Everyone freak it. I got $1 million and I freaked it. Frick. I said frick it. I'm streaming now. I lost my train of thought because gosh dang it. Fudge. Phooey. Phooey's a good one. Phooey's great. Forget about it. Forget about it is excellent. Anonymous. Anonymous, thank you for the 5. Wrong alert. Yeah, when it's so funny too, because I, growing up, did not use a curse word until I was a sophomore in high school. Like, I was known in my friend group as the one who did not swear. And then I discovered swearing when I was a sophomore in high school, and it was all over. It was all over from there. I remember the first time that I swore in front of my parents. And then I remember the first time I used the F word in front of my mom. Not saying like F you, but just using the F word in general. And she still does not like it. She still is not into it. Anonymous, thank you for the tip. Why does my photo of Farley not pop up? This is what's supposed to pop up. Let me show you.
John donated $83. This is a test donation for $83.
John will pretend is anonymous. Thank you for that dono. This, I genuinely, this will be the death of me. It's like a daily thing that I try to fix my alerts. Earlier, Farley jumped in my lap when I was working on my computer, and I was like, hi, baby, and then just vomited on me. It's like, oh, thanks, Angel. Are you okay? Yeah, I was like, oh, you want to come get in mommy's lap while she's working? Jumps in my lap and then just right on me. I was like, oh. I came here for a nice Christian stream and you're thanking people for giving you the tip. I'm so sorry. We will go back to Judeo-Christian values. My bad. All right, so let's watch this vid about this bill that we're going to be talking about in 20 minutes. Okay. Here we go. Let me pull this up. Illinois Bill 1782. All right.
Illinois lawmakers are considering a bill that would protect child social media influencers from exploitation. The bill would be the first of its kind in the country, and WGN's Alyssa Donovan takes a look at what's in that bill. Alyssa?
Yeah, Ray, the bill is focused on the child labor aspect of social media influencers. If passed, it would allow children under the age of 16 to keep a portion of their earnings generated from online content that they appear in. The idea behind the legislation came from a concerned teen in central Illinois.
I started getting into the idea of child influencers when I was like 13 years old during the pandemic.
Shreya Nalamathu was spending a lot of time online and noticed more and more child influencers popping up in her feed.
Why under 16? I thought it was under 18. Maybe not. We can ask, wait, it is under 18. Well, we will ask Senator Kaler. We will confirm.
Feed. The team became concerned about the abuse and exploitation that may be going on behind the scenes of some of these child influencer families.
So I kind of wanted to take it upon myself to introduce some legislation and bring this issue to the attention of lawmakers.
The high school sophomore, who is now 15, sent emails to state leaders in the hopes they would want to take action.
She was really concerned about the fact that this could be, abusive to children if it's not done properly. And much like, back when child actors first entered the scene.
Nalamathu spoke with lawmakers about her concerns, and they worked on legislation. The bill passed through the Senate in March and is set to be considered by the House this week. It's modeled after Coogan's Law, which helps protect child actors from losing their revenue to family members. If passed, the bill would require influencers to pay children featured in their content a portion of their earnings. This law would apply to content that generates at least 10 cents per view and covers any online platforms.
It says that if a child is going to be in more than 30% of a video and it's going to be monetized, in other words, the family gets money from the activities of the child, then you have to take at least 15% of that and set it aside in a trust fund for the child, all the way up to 100%. If a child's in 100% of the videos, then 50% of that money has to go into a trust fund.
The legislation applies to kids 16 and under. When the child turns 18, it would give them the right to legal action if the money was not set aside. Nalamathu says she's grateful her voice was heard and that real change may happen.
I feel very humbled and excited.
It's one of those issues whose time has come and we need to address it and have the law catch up with what the reality is.
The bill needs.
All right, so we will, one of the things that one of the questions that I have for Senator Kaler is, how is the state going to monitor or oversee these parents who are supposed to be legally setting aside money for the kids? So if you are wondering about that, I am as well. And so I will be asking that question. Okay. Let's watch this. Why kids are confronting their parents about sharenting. I look at this, I know it's sharenting, I see shatting. I see
I'm
sharding.
7 years old, and my mom posted pictures of me on online.
I'm Elmer. I'm 18 years old. My mom shares too much about me online.
I'm Zoya. I am 16 years old, and my mom shares my whole life.
If you're gonna be so worked up about it, then I'll take it down. But I don't agree with you, just for the record.
When parents overshare photos and other data about their children on social media, that is called sharenting.
Why are we here today?
Talk about the photos.
En Facebook?
Yes. You want
¿Por qué?
Let me show you a few.
This.
What's the big deal? I think you look so cute and it was a nice moment. What's wrong with it?
Yeah, because you didn't ask.
I also think of it as connecting to other people that I know in real life, you know? Like, just think, like, Abu and Grandpa, like, how else do they know about you guys except to see you there?
You can call and FaceTime.
Yeah.
You can do many other stuff to see them instead of social media.
Yeah, that's true. That's a really good point.
By age 5, the average kid has 1,500 photos of them online.
By age 5, the average child has 1,500 photos of themselves online. Age 5. Over 90% of American children have a social media presence by age 2. Oh, dear God.
¿Y por esas fotos estamos aquí, no?
Technically, yes.
No lo puedes cambiar. O sea, ustedes son mi orgullo. No pueden cambiar nada.
It's a photo where I'm shirtless and I'm not ready for a photo.
Yo pienso que todos los papás hacemos eso. Yo la subo. Yo no veo nada malo. Tú tienes ropa abajo. Está todo privado y solo mis amistades y mi familia pueden ver todo.
All it takes is one person and one hack, and there goes all your privacy. Remember when I was getting my debit card?
No, pero no puse los números de tu...
No, I know you didn't, but it was like los números, como el address estaba ahí.
No, ahí no está el
address. Yeah,
no, sí, pero...
Como papeles que dicen mi nombre completo, tú sabes, cosas que son privados.
Posiblemente sí, eso sí, estuvo mal de mi parte.
Okay. By 2030, parents sharing about their kids online will account to 2/3 of identity fraud.
By 2030, sharenting could account for up to 7 million incidents of identity theft and over 800 million in online fraud.
What is everybody so worried about? The sauce on the face photo, like what is it going to do that is like wrecking everybody's life in their imagination?
I think the sauce on the face photo, that's just an embarrassing photo, but you know, the photo of me in a bathing suit. Someone out there could look at my body and think something of me that I wouldn't want them to think.
But you go on the beach in those clothes, and strangers could take photos of you on the beach and do what they want.
Oh, this
with
mom
those
is
photos.
copiuming.
But you're my parent. You're my mom.
Right. Yeah, I would think about that, yeah.
You would. So now you would say that you would consider.
Maybe. Not really. Unless we stop taking vacations together and stop having good times together, it would actually, honestly, would be depressing if I couldn't document it for Insta. If it's not on Insta, it didn't even happen.
You really feel that way?
Yeah, because, yeah. So do you think kids should have veto power, the ability to say, please take that down, you have to?
I absolutely think that kids should have veto power. And again, it's because of how aware I am of the implications of the digital footprint that I say that. Some facts. In France, kids can sue their parents for sharing too much about them.
I mean, what should I say? They just don't know what they're doing, France.
Under French privacy law, people who share private details of others could face prison time and fines.
If I'd asked you about that picture, would you be okay if I posted it?
Yes.
Oh, really? So it's actually about the asking, not about the picture itself.
Posting any private information or anything online should be my call.
I really try to limit the amount of things I aggravate you with. And if a photo or an upload is causing so much aggravation, is it worth it? It's probably not. So I understand where you're coming from.
Thanks, Mom. But are you going to respect your daughter's wishes? God, it's like consent matters. I know. You know, it's really sad to hear.
The search continues for a mini-sub that
It's really sad to hear these kids, especially that one girl, have to explain to her mom how she feels violated by having a photo of her in a swimsuit online, and having to explain to her mom that, like, there's fucking weirdos online. There's creeps online. Like, I don't understand how parents don't understand this, right? Not all parents, obviously, but parents who are posting photos of their daughters, especially like young daughters in the bathtub in swimsuits, are not thinking about the, creepy door that they're potentially opening for weirdos to have these pictures of their children. Imagine being gaslit from a parent. It happens all the time, unfortunately. Okay, so let me pull this up. I am gonna get this Zoom call ready in a second, but I just want to talk very briefly about my guest who will be appearing. So Senator Kaler is from Illinois District 46, which covers, which is Peoria, home of my ex-boyfriend. What's up? And his background is in nonprofit. He worked on behalf of migrant farm workers for years in the 70s. And he eventually was elected to the Illinois Senate in 2006, was promoted to Majority Caucus Whip in 2018, and Assistant Majority Leader in 2019. You have an ex-boyfriend from Peoria? Yeah, they can stay there. They can stay there. So, here are some of the recent bills that he has passed, either through the Senate or through the House. So last Friday, I believe it was, Senator Kaler passed a measure to create awareness of the history of the Underground Railroad in Illinois. This is Senate Bill 1623. He also passed an initiative recently to prohibit price gouging of essential medication. So this would stop manufacturers and distributors from engaging in price gouging of off-patent and generic drugs. He recently passed a measure through the Senate to make survivors of sexual assault feel more comfortable receiving care by allowing them to choose to delay reporting. So this would allow survivors of sexual assault who are 13 years or older to give or refuse consent to notify the police immediately. He also led a measure recently through the Senate to remove vital record fees for survivors of domestic violence, which you just cannot believe that fucking fee exists. And he is doing lots and lots and lots of things. But today we are going to be talking about Senate Bill 1782. Okay, so Senate Bill 1782 was created to set up protections for children of parents who have earned money by using their child's likeness on social media platforms. So we're not talking about oh, he's getting on now. Hold on. We are sorry. Give me just a minute. We're not talking about parents who post their kids on Facebook. We're not talking about, like, if you have kids and you post a photo of them on Instagram, like, this doesn't apply to you. We are talking about parents who have turned their kids into influencers in that they are monetizing off of their children. So this bill provides that a video blogger who features a minor child under the age of 16 in 30% of their content shared on online platforms like YouTube, Twitter, TikTok, or others must set aside 15% of the gross earnings on that content in a trust account to be preserved for the benefit of the minor upon reaching 18 years old. So this is similar to the Jackie Coogan law that was created in 1939, where parents had to set aside a certain amount for their children who were child entertainers. This bill has passed through the Senate. It was amended by the House and then passed, and then the Senate passed it again. So I believe it is currently waiting to be signed by Governor J.B. Pritzker. I think that's the final step. But this bill, by all means, is going to pass, and Illinois will become the first state in the nation to cover such protections for children. Okay, let me pull up my Zoom. Let me figure this out. Fuck. Shit. Oh, where the fuck did that go? Okay. So, I have to turn off my camera. Okay, wait. Oh, wait, no. Hold on. I'm going to deactivate my camera so then I can get this started. Boom. Join with computer audio. And then there we go. Okay. All right, everyone. Oh. Don't share that. Oops. Well, my bad. There is, there's a password. Oops. Who's the boomer here? Well, I'm only using Zoom for this fucking meeting, so, I mean, flippin'. Women in STEM. Great. Okay. Has it ever gotten forced? Okay, so again, you guys, I'm going to have this conversation with Senator Kaler. Afterwards, we can do questions. Okay? All right, I'm going to admit him into this conversation. Let's hope that this works. Hello. He's connecting to audio.
Hello.
Hello, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Chat, can everybody hear both of us? Yes, yes, yes. Can I get a confirmation? Audio is good. Let's go. We've got audio. Perfect. Okay, amazing, amazing. Senator Dave Kaler, I would like to welcome you to my Twitch stream. You are the first politician that I have had on the stream, which is very exciting. So thank you so much for joining. There are a lot of people who are very excited to be a part of this conversation today and talk about something that I have been speaking a lot about on Twitch since I started streaming. So welcome.
Well, thank you. I'm honored to be the first politician.
Yes. After you, I'm going to bring on Joe Biden. See what's going on.
There we go.
So I also want to say that my mother and my aunt speak very highly of you. So shout out to my mom, especially for getting
good
this
people.
conversation set up. It's very, very exciting. Okay. All right. I'm going to pull up my questions here. So for anybody who is just tuning in, we are talking today about child social media stars and how we need to be protecting them. This is not in reference to a parent who just posts a photo or a video of their kids on Facebook. We are talking about parents who are monetizing their children on social media to the tune of tens of thousands to sometimes millions of dollars. So This has become a very lucrative industry. It is growing every day. We've now got Instagram, we've got TikTok, we've got YouTube, we've got so many places that children are becoming social media stars. So, Senator Kaler, I just want to start off. How was this issue first brought to your attention, and were you completely surprised by it, or are you on social media seeing this kind of happening?
No, I was surprised by it. I mean, I have teenage granddaughters that kind of keep me up to date on the latest. But no, it was a surprise to me. Actually, a 15-year-old high school student from Normal, University High School in Normal, Illinois, wrote a letter and said that this was a project she was doing for her high school class, and she thought this was a problem, and could we do anything about it? So we started corresponding with her. Some of my staff reached out to her, and we talked about this. And lo and behold, I mean, the younger members of my staff said, "Hey, this is an issue you need to pay attention to." As we looked into it, we saw that the state of Washington had tried some similar legislation. It got bogged down in committee, but we did come in contact with a 18-year-old university student there who was very much involved in this issue. And so she actually testified in our hearing. We have video hearings that people can participate in. The 15-year-old student from Normal actually came to Springfield and did a wonderful job of testifying before the committee. It was a bipartisan bill. I mean, it passed the Senate unanimously.
Mm-hmm.
But I explain this to folks that you really have to, I guess, pay attention and see this through the eyes of a teenager, because they are plugged into this, and they know exactly what the dangers are and what the pitfalls are, and so that's what exposed me to it.
Yeah, well, there have been quite a few articles that have been coming out in recent years. I read one in The Atlantic where it's all about the first generation of kids on social media are all grown up, and they are horrified. They are now adults. They are young adults who are realizing that they have an enormous digital footprint that was created from the very day that they were born. And we watched a video before I jumped on Zoom with you. By age 5, the average kid has 1,500 photos of them online. And it reminds me of this joke that the comedian Jim Gaffigan always says, where he's like, "I have more photos of my children than my father ever looked at me." And this is just something that, like, each generation
very true.
Each generation that is born and then, grows up through this world is being exposed to social media at an even younger age. So I'm 30. I remember MySpace kind of, but Facebook was really the first social media platform. And Facebook in its original state was not what it is now. I really don't remember spending so much time on social media, documenting my life, putting photos of me, my dog, my boyfriend, until I was really in my 20s. But Gen Z and the younger generations, they've been on social media since they were born. And as people my age who weren't necessarily born into this world but are now adults with children, they are putting their kids on social media because that just seems to be the norm. So part of what I kind of want to discuss in this conversation is not just this bill, which is wonderful and I can't wait to discuss it, but also kind of more philosophically, this issue that we're facing, not just in this country, but in this world, where it's now so normal in society to put your children on the internet. And we are just starting to see the repercussions of that. And so I'm wondering if there will be a backlash to this, and if it's already happening. So that was a lot. I wanted to kind of have that as the undertones of the conversation. But let's talk about this bill specifically. So
sure.
This has passed through the Senate. It was amended by the House. it went back to the Senate and passed, and so now we're waiting on Governor Pritzker to sign it into law,
Right.
correct?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. It passed both houses. We've become the first state to actually pass legislation regarding this, and the governor will sign this. He has 60 days from when we give it to him to sign it. I know he'll sign it. We're trying to set this up so that we can have the right setting. Maybe have the 15-year-old high school student there, so
Yeah.
that we can show her that that adults, politicians do listen.
They do.
And we are
sometimes,
concerned.
Yeah.
But the bill took a little different twist from what the bill in Washington did. We first of all modeled it after the Washington State bill, but it included two parts. One was how do you set up a trust fund for a child if they are monetizing their content on social media. The other part was to give a child, once they turn 18, the ability to be able to kind of wipe the slate clean. That's a much more difficult task. And we are going to be working with the Attorney General's office in looking at that, because that's really a consumer issue. The other is an issue of child acting. It's really set up the same way that Coogan's Law was set up. People may not remember this, but Jackie Coogan was a child star back in the 30s. Made lots of money for his parents. He had to sue his parents when he turned 18 to be able to recover some of that. That was kind of the beginnings of setting up Coogan's Law, which now most states have done, and it may have been done federally, where it says that if you're a child actor, you have to have a trust fund set up for you so that you can, realize some of the fruits of your labor. This is the same way, and I don't know if you want to go into the details of it, but
Yeah,
I can certainly talk about that.
I would love to talk about what provisions are in the bill as it exists currently, as well as what did you have in the original bill that ended up getting taken out, and why was it taken out?
Well, the part I just explained about a person when they turn 18 being able to wipe, their images off social media, that got taken out of the bill because there was just no easy way to do that. In fact, we talked to Meta and they said, yeah, good luck. How do you do that?
Yeah.
That's a much more difficult pathway to find to provide some relief. We're not giving up on it. It's just that it was more important that we establish, the protection of the child as someone who is generating compensation.
Yeah.
You're monetizing the child's image. So that's where the bill is split. So what we set up was, we first of all have definitions of what is an online platform. It's basically anything that is a social network. It can be email, it could be a social platform, an online platform. It explains what blogging is. It says that when you use the likeness, the name, or photograph of a minor, and then here's the what kicks in the law, and then if there is, then it's monetized and compensation is received for that. First of all, it says that a child, in order for this to kick in, needs to be in 30% of a video within a month's period of time.
Okay.
And they need to have received at least 10 cents per, I guess, per viewing. Here it says receive actual compensation for video content equal or greater to than 10% per view. So, and like you say, these are adding up to tens of thousands of dollars, in some cases millions of dollars.
Yeah.
So then it says here's what has to happen. That parents are obligated, if they are monetizing their child being on the internet, then first of all they need to have the name and the documentary proof of the age of the minor engaged in the work of blogging. Then secondly, the number of vlogs that have generated compensation needs to be reported. Third, the total number of minutes of the blog that the vlogger received compensation for needs to be recorded. The total number of minutes that each minor was featured in the vlog during the reporting period. and the total compensation generated from the vlogs featuring the minor during the reporting period. And then this amount needs to be deposited into a trust account for the benefit of the minor when they turn 18. Now, what we've said is that if a child is in 30% of the video and they monetized it, then they need to take whatever compensation they've gotten from that and take at least half of that 30% and put it into a trust fund. So if they're in 30%, then you take 15% of the compensation and set it in there. So take that all the way out to 100%. If a child is in 100% of the video, then you need to set aside at least half of that for that child.
Okay.
What that does is it acknowledges that, yeah, parents have a right to have some compensation for that, but they need to set at least half of that aside for the child. Then once the child turns 18, and this is where we had to make some distinctions as well. The state is not going to be policing this. What we've set it up is a right of legal action for the child. If they all of a sudden turn 18 and say, you know, I was in all these videos and my family made millions of dollars, so was there a trust fund set up? And if the answer is no, then basically the video was made in Illinois, then the parents are at risk for being sued. And if they are sued, then there's, number one, there's actual damages. Number two, there's punitive damages. Number three, there's costs of the action, including attorney's fees and litigation costs. So this does not make the state the policeman in this case. It gives the legal right. You know, we set the framework in place so that a child turning 18 has the legal right to go back and to collect and make sure that they are compensated.
Now, my question is, when it comes to documenting, you know, how much the child is in these videos, therefore how much that means they need to set aside, and then also, you know, creating these trusts, is this relying on the parents' honor system? Like, obviously, there's the legal part in place, so yes, the child at 18 could go sue their parents, but that's a pretty big undertaking, right?
It is. Yeah,
and I'm sure that parents who have been monetizing their children on social media don't like this bill because it presumes that the parents are taking advantage of their children. So how much of this is relying on an honor system for these parents to be accurately setting aside the right amount of money in these trusts? How would the state hold these parents accountable other than having this law in place so that the child, when they grow up to be 18, can sue their parents if they didn't receive the proper compensation? I read that initially legislators had planned to have family influencers register with the Illinois Department of Labor, but then state officials hesitated about taking on the responsibility of surveillance with the measure, citing the Freedom of Information Act and stuff like that.
Right. Yeah, it got a little bit complicated. Yes, it does. It is the honor system. So the law is very simple. I mean, it's basically 2 pages. What I just read you, and it means that if parents are going to do this, they need to be aware of the law and they need to do it right. The state is not going to come back and knock on your door. This sets it up totally for the court to decide. If the child, upon turning 18, looks back and says, "Wow, you guys made millions of dollars, and I have nothing to show for it," then I think that it sets it up so that a court case can be made. You know, it really is the honor system, but remember that any compensation you get, that is reportable income. So that has to be reported both federally and to the state. So if that there's a history there of what income has been received on that and what the source was. So this is trying to, you know, this is assuming that most parents want to do it right. Here's the roadmap as to how you do it right. Now, if people violate that, then they run the risk.
Obviously, this is the first bill of its kind that's going to pass in this country. It will be the only bill in existence that offers protection for child social media stars. So of course, there's a lot of room to add on to a bill like this, especially as we learn more about especially as like technology just becomes an even greater part of our lives, and we're seeing more so how social media is affecting children. Why do you think that it has been so difficult for a bill like this type of legislation to pass in other states? So in California in 2018, there was a child labor bill that included a social media advertising provision, but that was eventually removed by the time it passed. And then this Washington bill that you mentioned stalled in committee. So why is it that it took, Illinois is the first state to successfully be passing a bill like this?
Well, I think because we tried to make it simple, and we tried to uncouple the part which talks about being able to wipe the slate clean once you're 18. I mean, technology wise, I don't know how you do that. We need to look at that from a consumer law point of view. So we will do that in the future. But we tried to just take the bare essence of what do we need to do to protect the interests of the child that is being used to generate large sums of money for the family. And then we just made it simple. We did a 2-page bill that says, here's what login is, here's what the rules are, here's what the risks are if you don't follow the rules, and that's it. So I think that simplicity it was really the key for us to do this. Now, what I anticipate and hope for is that as other states look at this, they'll take it and they'll evolve this legislation. Like you say, technology is changing, situations may change. I think that this does need to go through an evolutionary process. We can look at it in a couple of years, and if other states have done things that we say, gosh, wish we'd have thought of that, we can go back and amend this. But I think at least we got the ball rolling, and people can now use what creativity they have in their own states to try to move this forward.
Yeah, because in France, they passed a law in 2020 that entitles children the right to forget, which is what you were saying was a difficult provision in this bill and ended up just having to be removed. So I'm curious if the way that is playing out will have an effect on states who not only are looking at that, but also Bill 1782, or if this really needs to just be separate type of legislation, as you were saying, because it has to do with consumerism and with these corporations who own these social media platforms.
Right. Yeah.
So are you, maybe this is jumping the gun since the bill hasn't officially passed, it's going to.
It hasn't passed, it hasn't been signed.
Right, it hasn't been signed. Are you working on other legislation in this realm, something similar to other type of issues that have arisen from social media?
Not at this point. What I am anticipating is that we will be getting with the Attorney General's office to look at this issue from a consumer aspect.
Okay.
And that's when we get into the ability to maybe control and eradicate any images that you don't want out there forever. That we've already said that's a very difficult task. But no, we're anticipating the governor signing this soon, and we'll see where this goes. I hope that, and I expect that other states will pick this up, and we'll see improvements made in it.
Was there any surprising opposition or criticism to this bill that doesn't have to do with what we've talked about already, like trying to put in this right to forget provision? Just as far as, I don't know, people who have a vested interest in this, who felt like they did not want to get into this territory of policing parents, or it's just too complicated. It's not the same as with child stars in traditional entertainment. I'm just wondering, like, I know this was a bipartisan bill. I'm just wondering if there are groups out there who are opposing this type of legislation, and so we might see that pop up even more as more states try to follow suit.
It'll be interesting to see. We did not have any real opposition. I mean, there was a few no votes in the House. It was mostly the very conservative Freedom Caucus folks who, for whatever reason, I mean, as a Democrat in the Senate, I put the bill forth. It passed the Senate, like I say, unanimously. In fact, we had Republican members speaking to the fact that they had younger members of their staff saying, "Hey, this is a good bill. You better get with it." And so we really didn't have any negative. We kept it simple. It was refined in the House. It came back for concurrence in the Senate. And again, I think that the simplicity was the reason that we could get this done in a bipartisan way.
Yeah, I mean,
it's not a complicated bill.
This is a way to actually save the kids,
It is.
So, okay, let's see. I think I just have a few more questions, and I'm going to open it up to my chat, since I know that they've got some questions for you. So, you have children and you have grandchildren. Are you having conversations with your kids, or are they having conversations with their kids about social media, right? And trying to protect children from the internet, from social media at a young age, whether that is them learning, what you post on the internet is there for forever, or whether it is the adults who are needing to be reminded that children deserve privacy, and they also deserve to be able to consent to their images being posted online. Like, are you personally having these conversations? Are you hearing like other people in your life who are having these conversations about social media and about kids being on social media?
Oh yes, yeah, all the above of what you just said. It is a responsibility of the parents to look at this through the eyes of their children. This didn't happen to them because this wasn't around when they were kids. It is happening to their children. It's happening to my grandchildren. I've got a 5-year-old grandson who is constantly on his tablet. He's got a tablet that is for kids, so it does not get you into all the dangerous stuff that's out there on the internet. But still, this is a way of life, and you can control it now because he is young. But once he gets to be 12, on up into being a teenager, then parents really lose control of that because. So I think this is a way of trying to have those conversations and saying, the internet and social media is not a bad thing. It's kind of agnostic. It's how you use it. It can be a very good thing. I mean, it helps you in terms of all the information that's out there. How many times a day do we have to ask Google or Siri or TikTok or whatever, how to do something, and the answer is right there at our fingertips. It also can be used for very, very evil kinds of things, and we know that with predators trying to reach out to children and all that can happen. So I think this is just a way of hopefully it kind of being a wake up call to saying we've got to take and be aware of what we're doing, and we're not trying to put a judgment by this law on people. We're just saying if you're going to do this, that's fine, but do it in the right way.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we always say the law takes a while to catch up to technology. And I also think our understanding of technology and of these things that we use every day is finally reaching a point where we understand that like there's a way where you go too far, right? And so one of the good things that I have found when researching this topic is that even though more parents have discovered that they can use social media to make money off their children, there is starting to be a reverse in parents who have amassed millions of followers utilizing their children, have made a lot of money, but are choosing to stop it and are choosing to take their kids off of social media until their kids can make the decision to be on it. So I hope that this bill, once it's signed, does inspire bills all over the country, ones that add on to it, ones that, just become stronger the more that are made of them. And then, it also keeps this conversation going where, we're having to create laws now to protect kids because of what social media has turned into. And I hope that there are parents who will see these laws being passed and going, oh, okay. It'll make them stop and think about what they are doing in putting their kids on the internet.
Yeah, very well said. I agree with that.
Yeah. All right. So I'm going to open up the floor to my chat. If any of you in stream have questions, please put them in chat right now. I will read them off to Senator Kaler because he cannot see the chat. Okay, here's a question. How does the bill define social media, and how does it compare to the definition used by other bills as new companies come into the space and evolve?
Well, let me read right from the bill itself. Online platform means any publication facing website, web application, or digital application, including mobile application. Online platform includes social network, advertising network, mobile operating system, search engine, email service, or internet access service. Blog means content shared on the online platform in exchange for compensation.
Okay.
So that's what the law says.
Okay. So I would say when I think about child social media stars, I think of TikTok, I think of Instagram, and I think of YouTube. Like those are three of the main platforms where parents have amassed huge followings and are making a lot of money. Okay, can you talk more about some of the examples of abuses that were first brought to your attention? So I think this question is in regards to the teenager who brought this issue to you, and if there were specific examples that she showed you, or if it was just, data as a whole.
I'm not probably able to answer that directly because a lot of that was kind of hearsay. It was examples that were brought to me after the fact. I mean, we didn't do this as a reaction to any, one set of bad cases or whatever. We did this as a reaction to what ought to happen to protect the interests of the child, whether it's harmless or whether it's harmful.
Yeah.
I mean, we didn't try to make a distinction or a judgment in that. We just said, if you're going to do this and monetize it, then here are the rules. The stories that I have read since we got into this process, tell some awful examples of parents, videoing their children doing all kinds of embarrassing things or normal things that you do going through childhood. And the question is, does a child, once they turn 18, really want that to be the image that follows them the rest of their life? Again, I don't know those stories directly. I only know them by what I read and what folks have told me. So it's hard for me to answer that specifically.
Okay, how would multiple children in videos be split? I'm assuming the provisions apply to if there's one child or 5 children. It just depends on how much of the content that they're featured in, and then they'd have to have separate trusts for each of these children, right?
Yes. I'm trying to find this spot that if there's more than one child in the video, and they have reached the threshold of the 30% within a 30-day period, then whatever compensation is given to the child the children split that equally, no matter whether one is in 30% and one's in 40%. Okay, so whatever compensation is due to the children, they split that in a 50-50 way. If there's 3 children, then they split it thirds.
Okay. This question is about,
again, trying to be simplistic about this rather than
I know.
getting too far in the weeds.
I'm reading a lot of these questions and they're wonderful, but they are very specific. And as you explained, this bill being the first of its kind is very simple, and it's the building block, right? So of course there's going to be 100 different unique situations, 1,000 different unique situations where it's like, what about this? What about a child like this? Somebody asked, what about homeless kids whose identities were used without consent in the vlog because something we see quite a few big family vloggers do is that they will use homeless people for their content, unfortunately. And that's, obviously a very specific situation where it's like, well, that's not necessarily specifically addressed in the bill. It's probably something like wait and see.
And this bill says at the very end that nothing takes the right away of this particular part of the law from any other protections in the law. So there may be other things that protect homeless people or people that are not. So that becomes kind of a different issue. Again, this was designed just to be simple, to be understandable, and it only relates to people that do this within the state of Illinois. And that's why, in this case, we need federal law to really address this. But by the time we wait for Congress to do something, we may all be too old.
Sure.
So this was really just a start, and I think we did it well. Certainly, it can be improved upon, and we're looking forward to that.
Yeah. Okay, let's see. Illinois chatter here. Any recommended ways to get more involved with local and state politics outside of just voting once every few years? Well, that's a great question. I mean, here we have Senator Kaler, who sponsored this bill that was brought to him by a teenage constituent. So what would you say, Senator Kaler, as far as people getting involved with local and state politics outside of just voting every few years?
Yeah. Well, first of all, and I don't know whether you're from Illinois asking that question or not, but first thing is to understand who your legislators are. I happen to live in Peoria. My district includes Peoria and Bloomington Normal. Those are 2 big metropolitan areas within the downstate community of Illinois. When you ask people, well, who is your senator or your representative? A lot of people just don't know. I would say if you want to get involved and find out who it is that represents you, and find out what they're voting on in terms of the bills that come through, and if you agree or disagree, you can get involved in that aspect of it. So there's plenty of opportunity. I really have to hand it to my staff that when this letter came in, they flagged it for me right away and said, you need to pay attention to this.
Yeah.
And they were right. And so, I try to make it a point of always listening to my staff, because they do a very good job, and they tune into things that I'm just not maybe aware of. And in this case, that was certainly the case. Let me just mention too, that if people want to actually read the language of the bill, they need to go to ilga.gov. It's Illinois General Assembly. So ilga.gov, and when you get into the page there, go to the bill where you're looking for a bill and type in SB 1782.
SB 1782.
And that'll pull it up, and you can read the full text of the bill, and you can have it and you can look at the vote. You can see everything you want to about the bill.
Yeah.
But that's, and like I say, it's only a couple pages, so it's pretty easy to read, and it's pretty simple to understand.
And I one of the reasons I want to have this conversation was, aside from wanting to raise awareness of this issue, right, and what a state like Illinois is doing, I want to encourage people who live in states other than Illinois and who might feel strongly, passionately about this issue to do what the other teens, that we've mentioned in this conversation did, and bring this to your senators, right? Bring this to your politicians, the people who represent you, and hopefully are like Senator Kaler and have also an amazing staff who will understand that this is a very important issue. And you can mention what's happening in Illinois when if you decide that this is something you want to see happen in your own state.
It's good advice.
Yeah. All right. Well, I think I'm gonna wrap things up here. I also want to say I love that painting behind you.
Thank you.
It's great. It's fabulous. My sister just jumped in chat to say hello. My family has been watching this conversation, so I used to.
Tell Jen hi.
Yeah, I will. She can hear you. He says hello. I used to work in politics in the city, and worked on some state races as well, but have not been in politics for a while. So this is kind of my new way of being involved by bringing politics to people on stream on Twitch.
That's good. And where are you operating from? Are you in the Bay Area?
I'm in Los Angeles. I'm in
Los Angeles. Okay. Yeah, my wife and I came from California to Peoria in 1978. That was I worked for Cesar Chavez in the United Farm Workers Union in California. So
yes, I saw that when I read your biography.
Yeah.
Amazing.
So, but very, very happy to be in Illinois. Illinois is a wonderful progressive state. We're doing some good things here, and I think people are starting to notice.
I'm very proud to call both California and Illinois my two homes. Before I let you go, everyone's wondering where the bow tie is. This is the casual Senator Kaler look.
I only wear my bow tie when I'm in Springfield.
Well, they are fabulous. So that's your signature. That's your calling. Well, Senator Kaler, thank you so much. It was really wonderful to talk to you. Thank you to
Carolyn, thank you so much.
Oh yeah, I mean, this really was such a joy, and thank you to my chat for tuning in and for being so respectful and good little listeners. And maybe if there's something else that comes up in the future, we can chat again.
I'd love to.
All right.
And thanks to your family, your mom set this all up.
Yes,
so.
thank you to my mom.
Helen, thank you.
Shout out. She's watching. All right, have a wonderful rest of your night.
All right. Thank you, Carolyn.
Bye. Okay. We are wrapped. There we go. Wow, Jana just had to gift a sub to my sister because she's not subbed. Wow. Whoa, feels bad, man. Thank you, Jana. What did you guys think? I didn't want to run it too long, I didn't want you guys to get fatigued and stuff. But I hope that was interesting to you. I appreciate that you guys ask questions. I just decided not to read all of them because a lot of them were very specific, and it was clear that this bill is just very rudimentary, right? It's very basic. It's the first of its kind. So, just as we are learning every single day how social media is impacting us and learning all the different ways that it is, I think for legislation of this kind, it's just going to have to be something where each bill adds on to the last one, right? Like, we will see how bills like this, when they take effect, how they actually turn out, what it looks like. And then from there, the legislation just keeps getting stronger. Weedop, thank you for the 3 months. Are you the first Twitch streamer to bring a senator on stream? I don't know. That's a good question. This has become one of my favorite streams. Thank you for doing that. Oh, well, I appreciate it. I really do appreciate you guys tuning into this. AOC is technically not a senator. She is not. Sets a precedent for other states to piggyback off. Very exciting. Yeah, I really think so. I mean, listen, it's funny that I feel so passionately about this issue, even though I don't have kids. But I think I think as a young person, right? I think as somebody who had a portion of her life not on social media, and then now, so much of my life is on social media. I really feel so strongly about children having the right to consent, right? For me, my parents didn't put me on social media. I was the one who made that decision. And I'm the one who can decide to get off social media if I want to.
Things like this interview.
That's so Sam Stacey. Thank you for the 3 months. Appreciate you using your amazing stream to do cool things. Well, I appreciate you supporting. We were all kids and can relate to feeling powerless to our parents at times. Yeah, and now I'm seeing my friends who are millennials, right? Who had the same experience with me, where for part of their life there was no social media, but for the last 2 decades it's been around, right? And they are documenting every aspect of their children's lives on social media. And so again, I want to be clear, I'm not judging, right? This is not me saying that is inherently bad. It's me reminding us that we should always be questioning how we use the internet, right? And we should always be keeping up to date on how the internet is affecting our lives and the lives of kids. And we don't want to make kids' lives harder. We want to make their lives easier. And so if kids are saying being on social media is ruining my life, then take them off social media. Allow them to have privacy, right? We don't all need to be the Truman Show. I wonder if this issue will make it to Black Mirror, kid influencers. It's probably. I feel like Black Mirror is really, I've only watched the first couple episodes, but is really tackling this type of subject material. Situations like Baby Gronk are clearly exploitative and yes, absolutely. I was reading this article when I was doing my research. Let me see if I can find it. Is this it? Yeah, okay, so the ending of this article just really was so devastating. Okay. Cam24, who goes by Soft Scorpio on TikTok, shares videos on the need for protection to her 160,000 followers. So one of the nice things here, flashbang. One of the nice things that I am seeing in researching this stuff is that there are more, ironically, there are more accounts popping up on social media to push back on this exploitation, right? To like pull back the curtain on how damaging this is. So as a child, Cam says their mother posted personal information about them to around 10,000 Facebook followers. Once, when Cam was 12, they say they got home from riding bikes and got a message from a man who informed them that he had seen them hang out with their friend. Cam started experiencing anxiety at the thought of leaving the house. What if someone else saw them who knew them from their mom's Facebook page? To Cam, nothing seemed to be off limits. It's easier to tell you what my mom didn't post, Cam said. It got to the point where Cam didn't want to tell their mom anything about their life because they knew it would be turned into content. When they met new people, they wondered if they had looked online at their entire life history. In high school, kids would text them embarrassing photos from their mom's Facebook page. Again, I am so grateful that my mother does not have social media, even to this day, okay? That there was no embarrassing photo of me that could be used against me, right? That is forever on the internet, especially now me as a public figure. having shit from when I was a child just be pasted all over the internet. So Cam no longer goes by their legal name because they didn't want people to be able to track their digital footprint. They recently testified in favor of Washington State's HB 1627, which would aim to protect children of influencers, including granting them the right to request permanent deletion of their likeness, names, or photos. So this is something that I am very interested in knowing how we are going to create legislation about it. So in the conversation with Senator Kaler, he said that this was an original provision in the bill, which is what France passed in 2020, but it ended up being taken out because it was much too complicated, right? So the question is like, how complicated would this be to have separate legislation that tackles this issue, right? I mean, why should it be so difficult for a child to have a social media platform like Facebook take their photos down at their request? Like, that to me doesn't seem like it should be that hard. In their video testimony, Cam's voice cracked with emotion as they implored the House members to pass the bill. I plead with you to be the voice of this generation of children because I know firsthand what it's like to not have a choice in which a digital footprint you didn't create follows you around for the rest of your life. Caroline, the 28-year-old behind a popular TikTok account where she posts satirical skits, found herself dropping the comedic tone when the child of a family vlogger sent her a letter and asked Caroline to share it with her 2.3 million followers. This letter is heartbreaking. To any parents that are considering starting a family vlog or monetizing your children's lives on the public internet, here's my advice. You shouldn't do it, the letter read. Any money you get will be greatly overshadowed by years of suffering. Your child will never be normal. I never consented to being online. Yeah, Caroline, it's me. I wonder if it needs to be a federal law to really enforce them like the EU, which, yes, I'm not sure about that. My mom said, excellent. I thought it went very well. That was I also want to say that was my first interview ever. I think that was like my first unofficial official interview. Like, that was so not official by any means. But that was the first time that I've gotten to interview someone. Okay, wait a second. No, that's not true. When I was a sophomore in high school, I interned at this local news station, and one of my first assignments, I was sent out to the largest cattle farm in the state of Iowa, and I had to talk to the farmers, the farmer wife and husband who owned it. And so technically, I guess that was I was just an intern, so the main reporter was there, but I definitely remember asking questions about cattle. You did great. Thank you, guys. Thank you. I will take all the compliments because I would like to keep doing interview type content. Sounds like a bullshit assignment. Yeah, it smelled like shit. I mean, poop. You could smell it from a mile away, I swear. Like, I smelled the farm before I got there. All right. I want to watch this. I want to watch this CBS video about this issue. You know, I think that we should even get to a point where if anybody does not want a photo of themselves online, they should be able to take it down, right? If you take a photo with someone and post it and they say, hey, I really am not comfortable with that photo, I don't like that photo, like, I think that we should be better at honoring each other's ability to consent. You know, if somebody doesn't consent to something, and then take the time to reach out and say, hey, I don't like this. Can you please take this off? Whatever, Instagram, take it off, right? Like, take it down. We really need to expand our definition of consent. We really need to get better at understanding that people are entitled to privacy, right? It's tricky too, because just as humans, you know, we go out into the world and people are videoing everything. So I don't mean to be I don't mean to be super extremist here. I just mean that, you know, I think we can find little ways to I think we can find little ways to be better at honoring people's right to privacy. Especially in today's age of AI, it would be easy to erase non-consenting people from photos. Exactly, right? Exactly. It's basic decency. It's my privacy and I want it now. Exactly. In public, minors should not be photographed. Bro, that's why I was actually so upset that day that I did that stream with Extra Emily where we went to the indoor arcade, like whatever. And that manager came marching up to me and was like, you're taking photos of minors and putting them on the internet. And I was like, first of all, I would never do that. Okay. I actually actively talk about not doing that. And it genuinely did upset me that because she was so out of pocket, like she was acting real whack. But I understood where her mama bearness was coming from, right? I understood where that instinct to protect these girls came from, because she looked at me like I was just like putting creepy photos of these girls when they're just trying to enjoy their time at this amusement park, right? Sell Quan merch with I don't consent to your recording. Yes. Exactly. So yeah, that was like the one of the worst things. One of the worst moments that I've had in live streaming, where I on the one hand, I totally agreed with her energy and her passion. It was just directed at the wrong person. And also those kids kept fucking trying to get into the Twitch stream, and I was the one saying, no, I am not consenting to you being on camera. All right, I'm going to run to the bathroom and then we will watch this vid. I don't consent. I swear to God, you can use my last name for any pun. Anything. Next, we need legislation to ban child beauty pageants. Straight up. Where is my baby doll? Wait, the merch should just say, I do not consent. Oh, gosh. Oh, golly.
No, that's my feet. And that's my feet. And that's my feet.
Do you guys know what an influencer is?
Say, what's an influencer?
An influencer.
No, you have to sit up and say it. You can't be showing your diapers.
The best thing about being an influencer is you get to do really, really cool things.
Oh my God. These girls, oh, these twins are called, they're referred to as the most beautiful child twins in the world. And I feel so badly for them because they have they have been on the internet since they were born, and they have been absolutely exploited, and there's a million creeps who have absolutely downloaded and saved their pictures and videos. Yeah, monetizing your child's attractiveness, like this speaks to beauty pageants. This speaks to all of what we're talking about.
The influencer economy is growing by leaps and bounds.
Younger and younger influencers spending their lives or sharing their lives on camera.
Usually they get like 5,000 likes a minute.
It's a lucrative business. And if we can give our kids a piece of a lucrative business, why wouldn't we? When kids go on set for TV or film, there are a lot of rules. There are no rules yet for what you can do in the privacy of your own home.
People come up and they're like petting them. And I was like, okay, girls, we have to go.
They're little girls. I want them to stay like that.
My goal in life is to become as famous as possible.
Ew!
Because we make more money.
I guess the way that I see it is an influencer is a role model, and that's what I tell the kids.
Ew!
Maybe you guys have your hand on the toy, but remember the camera.
I'm just letting you know right now, the amount of times I say ew is gonna be the most that I've ever said ew, okay?
Leah, I can't see your face, babe. We gotta see it a little bit, Leah.
Oh,
so what you wanna do is
ew.
you wanna show off the bag in this? I think the brands that we choose are just authentic to our lifestyle. They're like Cali girls. They were born in California.
1, 2, 3. Yes, Leah.
We do mostly Instagram. We wait until we get enough items together, whether it's clothes, accessories, jewelry, toys, and we kind of make one big shoot out of it. We have a lot of different outfits to change into, because we have 6 companies here that have paid for this shoot.
That's beautiful, Ava.
We have $1,300,000 now.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh, I like that.
Coming out.
1, 2, 3.
That's good. That's perfect.
Mommy,
Yeah.
do we need sunglasses?
If you want, you can pick them. Just try to match it with your outfit,
I
okay?
want to see. I'm Ava. I'm Leah. I think we're influencers because some people our age or under our age look up to us. Yeah, I also think the same thing. Because like when people look up to you, you feel good about it sometimes.
Do you guys know what Crocs
Sometimes.
are? I guess they reached out for a big collab. You know what they are. The little Crocs.
Oh, I know what they are.
I just got a message from our digital agent.
I got these
From a
shoes from
company.
Nina, and they sent us to us. And we got these shoes from these jeans from a company, and they're very comfortable. And the shirt, we got it on a photo shoot. And these bracelets, they got sent to us.
So pretty much every day, we get shipments of boxes from different companies, and the girls, model their clothes. It's kind of crazy.
We need to legalize parental abortion. I just want to talk. like I said, every child deserves a parent. Not every parent deserves a child, okay? And this mom is not even the worst of these parents who use their children to become rich.
So the girls are making their own custom jacket pretty much. So we're going to see what their fashion sense is because they're always arguing with me, mama, like I don't know fashion.
Alexis, can you comment on your jacket? What would you say about your jacket?
What we get out of this is really just an event for the kids to go to. We're vlogging, so it'll be content for us. The girls are having fun.
Do you know this brand?
Nope. You don't know this brand? You're wearing it.
Yes, you do. I can't read it. It's upside down.
Do you have a favorite brand?
Yes.
Say Oshkosh. You're at Oshkosh.
Recording? Hi, my name's Ava McClaw. And my name's Alexis McClaw. And I'm 6 and she's 6. You didn't need to tell me I'm 6. I can tell myself. Okay.
Hamster track. There we go.
Look at that thing come. Come on over here, buddy. Who is that?
He's doing his own little circle. I think our brand, it's 100% family friendly.
Let's show you the kitchen.
Okay.
We choose to share a lot.
Basically for us, if we feel there's a good life lesson involved, we will roll camera.
You girls are ready to move on from the baby stuff. We're going to donate them and get you better things when we move. We have families that watch our channel together with their kids. We get so many comments of, you know, we watch you guys every Sunday, we'll catch up on you guys' videos as a family. At 6 years old, those little girls have confidence level beyond. I believe that we are doing the best that we think we can do for them in this situation. And I do think it will turn out in the best way for them, for their life.
I don't, but it's just me.
It's a lot of work. It's a full-time job, but it's not really a job because they're having fun.
Yeah, okay. I just need to clarify, right? Like, these children don't have an identity outside of their social media presences, right? This is something that we as adults struggle with. Like, who we are online is not who we are in real life. And those of us who were not born onto the internet, right, still struggle with this. How do we form a real identity that is separate from the identity that we put online, right? The version of ourselves and our lives that we post on social media. And these kids are so young and they're too young to understand how this is going to affect them, right? And it's not until they grow up. And like I said, I have read countless stories of kids who were all over social media from the moment that they were born. And then, you know, they reached 18, they reached 20 and realized that they had no privacy, that they had no identity, and they didn't know how to formulate one. I mean, this is exactly what parents who shove their kids into Hollywood, right? Like the the Deb McCurdy's, the Jamie, whatever the hell Britney Spears' parents are named. Like, the difference though is that the barrier of entry is nil, right? And it's easier to become a star on social media than it would be in Hollywood. So more and more parents are utilizing social media because of the no barrier entry and the fact that, like, it's easier to become famous this way. Not to mention how they will deal when they're no longer popular. People no longer want to watch them. Yeah, like a couple of a couple of parents who use their kids for social media have talked about the fact that when they actively made the decision to no longer feature their children, that the response is always split. Half of the people say, I totally understand, I respect your decision, all love to you. And then the other half of people are angry and they're like, how dare you take this away from me, right? Like, how dare you turn off the Truman Show? I've been watching this for years. And that's fucking flippin' terrifying. Mammoth, thank you for the 5 months.
My mom's here because we're shooting on the East Coast and she's from the East Coast. She comes along, but she's skeptical because it's all brand new, like it was for us.
Maybe this is my 4th or 5th shoot. It gives them a lot of great opportunities. I see them being able to relate to adults and experiencing things that I could never even imagine. So it's kind of a great thing in that respect. But I don't know the other side of it. I don't know how that's going to influence them as they get older.
It's gonna fuck them up, Grandma. I would say that I do share the concerns that my mom has, but not so. She's very dramatic.
They're little girls. I want them to stay like that.
Well, you need to take out your daughter then, okay?
People have always been fascinated by child actors, and we see all of the difficulties that they go through because there's so much scrutiny. But the difference between traditional child actors and social media influencers is that it's not a kid pretending to be somebody for a show. Instead, the show is the kid. And then where does that send their lives? We don't know yet.
Are you guys ready for a big day today?
Leah's getting her hair done.
The big change when social media came in is that entertainment and interaction became very personal.
Figured we say goodnight to you guys. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell on our channel.
There's an emerging phenomenon that everybody's a bit concerned about, and that has to do with younger and younger influencers spending their lives or sharing their lives on camera.
So today is the day. Potty training. Tatum and Oakley, potty training.
All right.
Oh no!
Look, this is the potty. Do you want to sit down on it? Show them. Can you sit down on it? Sit down, Oakley.
I'm Madison Fisher.
And I'm Kyler Fisher.
And we are family.
I hate these people.
And a lot of other things.
She's only living fast. He's a country singer. We're family YouTubers,
I hate him.
Actors, producers, baby makers,
Oh, ew.
and influencers.
Baby makers?
Hey, there you are.
I'm eating, I'm alive, I'm feeling good, guys. This is so fun for the girls.
Let's do a little Insta story. Oakley, you love your baby sister? That's so cute. 33 seconds, 1,000 likes. I guess that's pretty good. Usually they get like, I don't know, like 5,000 likes a minute, I would say. I think by usually 10 minutes, there's usually like 60,000 likes. Pretty crazy.
Yeah, it's nuts.
I hate all of
Do you
this.
guys know that you have almost 3 million Instagram followers? Hey, do you guys know what
I don't
YouTube
fucking know what
is?
that means.
Cats.
Your cats?
I'm here.
And what's your name?
Ugly.
Do you guys know what Instagram is?
No. We cats.
We are one of the front runners to family vlogging. As far as subscribers go, there's only a couple family, maybe there's like 4 or 5 family channels on the internet that have
They're like above us.
That have like over 10 million, you know?
I hate these people.
What, Milo?
Ultimate makeover bag. Yeah, it comes with like food. Hey. Yeah, sure.
Hey, Tatum,
Oakley, 1, 2, 3.
Like,
Can I take a picture too?
There are strangers taking photos. They recognize these children. You guys, this is why we need not only the bill in Illinois, but we need so many more. Okay, we've got to protect these children. All right. Like we live in a society now where strange adults recognize children from the internet, and the parents of these children willingly let them say hi and take photos. Are they named Tatum and Oakley? Yes, you heard that right. Are you surprised? I am not.
Okay.
We've done a decent job of becoming influential to some of our super loyal fans.
I want to fight him.
Of course. Thanks for watching our YouTube channel.
Okay, I want to give a special thanks to all of the vendors who came out today.
Look at this
Mesh Kids Co. Look at this. This is from Coast to Coast World and One Social Design. Thank you so much.
Wow.
This job pays so much money, like we don't even know how we got so lucky to be
You
able to do it.
exploited your children.
Like for us to be able to spend 1 hour making like a 60-second video that is sometimes pays as much as people make an entire year is just crazy.
So how much did you make in that last year?
A lot. I probably won't share with you my full financial status here, but
He wants to.
Last month we
He
had
wants
3 or
to.
4 brand deals that totaled over $150,000 just last month. That's not counting, you know, the type of money that we make on our AdSense from YouTube.
These are bad people, yes.
I don't think anybody
with their
can
matching
deny that
Gucci
it's a
shoes.
lucrative business. And if we can give our kids a piece of a lucrative business, why wouldn't we?
We make money from YouTube, from ads. We make money from Facebook, from ads. We make money from brand deals.
You know,
We know his singing
recently
ain't paying the
started
bills.
a college savings fund for each of the children. What we try and do is make sure monthly we're contributing to their accounts. Before we became full-time influencers, Justin and I were making about $250 a year combined. Now I would say we're probably double that.
Well, how much do you make on YouTube?
I think we average about $11,000 a month. You know, YouTube is a kid's game. It is a kid's platform. It is mostly 12-year-olds, 8-year-olds, 16-year-olds binging on these videos. So if you're binging on a video, that increases the watch time of that channel. Those videos go out to everyone, and so those channels make more
Why
money.
are the husbands
so the
so
more people
ominous?
who get in and do that type of stuff, those are the people who flourish.
Yeah, $250,000 a year was not enough, so now you had to put your kids all over the internet.
Children use YouTube on a fairly regular basis. They are basically adopting a don't ask, don't tell stance about all the children that are on their site, but at the same time, they're profiting enormously by hosting content that is deliberately designed to attract kids.
Forbes magazine estimates that 7-year-old Ryan earned $22 million from his toy review channel. Most of the revenue comes from YouTube ads and sponsored posts.
YouTube, based on whatever percentage they're getting of that, is probably making $10 to $15 million just off of Ryan's videos.
Hey, look, Ryan's here. What's up, dude?
Particularly on YouTube, we have been concerned about the rise of unboxing culture and, you know, how people like Ryan and EvanTube have become such powerful forces in children's lives.
Whoa!
If you are a child and you are unboxing a toy because you've been paid to promote it, then your whole 12-minute unboxing video is an ad. Children don't have that understanding, and they have it even less when the person telling them this is masquerading as their friend on YouTube who's just really excited about opening a toy.
You can check these out and more at Target.com/Star Wars.
Bro, they're literally having children advertise to children. Like, there's something just so deeply wrong about that, right? That they know little kids are watching Ryan or whoever else is unboxing a toy, right? And Ryan doesn't fully understand the concept of advertising, right? He doesn't get capitalism, okay, because he's 8. It's all the adults. And it's so fucked up. Like, it's so, ew.
Watching and may the force be with you.
We started a new channel for Tatum and Oakley called Tatum and Oakley Play. And it's going to be more focused on them playing with like toys or, you know, just doing whatever they do, using their imaginations and stuff like that. Little kids love watching this stuff.
Over here, you guys, over here. We're gonna start off your vlog.
I hate these
Ready?
parents the most, I think.
Say, hey Oakley.
Hey, Oakley.
Say, I think our babies woke up. Now run over there.
She literally feeds the kids the
Well,
lines.
a lot of the times, like, yeah, I'll give my kids some commands what they should do, because sometimes they don't want to be on the camera and they'll run away, but they're so cute and fun, and I'm like, I want people to see their personalities.
The one thing I don't like
sometimes
doing
they
now,
run
like
away.
once I feel like my kids aren't having it, I like to shut it down.
Yeah.
Don't hit your sister.
You must be after it. Hey.
Oh my gosh, Tatum. Say 1 cup of flour.
No, you want to know why they shut it down? Is because they know that the kids being anything but cute and adorable doesn't sell, okay? They're not shutting it down to allow their children to be children, right? And to experience the spectrum of emotions that humans, let alone children, have, right? These people are so craven. They are just, they are really disgusting, and they don't deserve to have these children. Like, I cannot believe, I just, here's the thing too, right? Is that for every one of these families who's successful, right? Who actually make a lot of money, there are countless parents who see Tatum and Oakley, right? And they know how much money that Tatum and Oakley's parents are making. And so then they try to copy it, right? They're like, oh, okay, I'm going to turn my kids into Tatum and Oakley. I'm going to turn my kids into Ryan Unboxes Toys, right? Like, they see the money that's being made, and they see how easy it is to make it. You just take a camera and you video your children, right? And like, bada bing, bada boom. And that's what's so disturbing about this. Like, it's not just Tatum and Oakley's parents, right? It's not just Ryan who unboxes parents. It's countless parents who see this and then try and do the exact same thing.
These kids and also the adults
What's up,
who
Vio?
become influencers are under ridiculous amounts of pressure to up the ante all the time, to create entertaining content, to draw in the audience, to shock or surprise the audience.
A mother in Arizona is accused of horrible abuse behind the scenes of her family's popular YouTube series. Videos of her 7 adopted children have been viewed millions of times.
I know 2 influencer family friends for sure that go too far with their kids. One
It's
of
not really
them
our place.
does dangerous things with their kids for the views, and the other one
it's not
doesn't
really
do
our
dangerous things, but they push their kid to the limit.
Is it common?
I'm sure if just a few people that we know do that, there's lots of families that do that.
So whether this is
That
child
wouldn't be
labor or
us,
child
though.
exploitation is, you know, something that people are really looking at now. We've looked at it in the traditional entertainment industry, and we've come up with regulations and rules.
Time to cook it.
I'm gonna cook it. Where's it go? Where's it go?
Put it on this side.
If the twins earn money, are you obligated to save any of that money or not? Can you just talk about that?
That's an interesting topic, truthfully. That's an interesting topic, and the reason why it's interesting is because who gets to
Is it
decide who does
interesting?
the work?
Oh.
You know,
It's like-
my girls are in a picture. They're in a picture, and that qualifies as work. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, who gets to
We still
decide
had
those
to
things?
set up, you know, like bring them to the spot for it, come up with the picture, spot, talk to the brand to get the deal, negotiate the deal.
I hate them. Dan,
There's
thank
a
you
lot
for the
of
gifted
outsiders out
sub.
there that think that my kids are a huge integral part of the business, and they are. And they come up with these numbers in their head about how much we should be saving for them. But
This is why we need these bills to pass. Okay? That is why we have this conversation with Senator Kaler today. A through L, thank you so much for the 3 months. That is why we had this conversation. Illinois is the only state that is going to have a bill that remotely protects these kids, okay? Look at these two fucking assholes, all right? The dad in particular. Oh, you know, I think that's an interesting, that's interesting. It's interesting because, who gets to decide really who's doing the work here, okay? You know, I'm holding the camera, all right? I'm yelling at the girls to be cute, okay? I'm saying chip, chop, chip, all right? I'm helping put the lip gloss on. Okay, who's really doing the work here, all right? You are putting your children on the internet. They are the ones who, from the moment that they were born, will have a digital footprint following them around for the rest of their lives. You fucking asshole, okay? This is why we need laws, any laws that will protect these little girls. Because what happens, okay? So I'm sure they'll be like, oh, you think that we won't take care of our children? You think that I'll just like make all this money off my kids and then not provide them this nice life? I'm like, what happens if your kids get older and they fucking hate you? Okay? They look at you and your wife and realize how much you have exploited them, right? Because the girls are little. They're kids, right? They don't understand these things. But they will understand. So what happens then if they, I don't know, like try and emancipate themselves? What if they say, I'm done doing this influencer shit, right? What if something happens then where they want to be out on their own and want nothing to do with you, right? And that is why they need to have a guarantee of a portion of these profits that they are generating. Yeah.
I don't really think like that they have an option or the luxury of deciding those things because it's not their business. However, we are saving for our kids. We're excited about the opportunities we have and how we're able to actually create a savings plan for them, for their future. Something I never really had growing up.
And luckily with like the traditional media, there's the Coogan account, which we have set in place. So like every time the girls do anything traditional media, like all the films and TV shows and commercials that they've done, they already have an account set up, both of them individually, that we're not allowed to touch.
Yes, bitch, because it's required by law, okay? It's required by law. It's not you going, you know what? I want to set up an account for my children every time they appear in a TV show or commercial. It's required. It is required by law, you stupid bitch.
Until they're 18, they get to take all of it
Sorry,
themselves.
I'm angry.
Here comes the photo. But as far as like making your own vlogs and like brand deals, stuff like that, there's no laws set like that. And if there's families out there that are using their kids like to make money and then they're taking it all for like their own expenses, then that's really sad. For us, we're taking that money that we've made. Obviously, it just goes into our family account, and we're just providing a life for our girls. But it's going to be a great life. So they don't need their own account for that.
They don't need their own account.
Do you guys feel like this is a job that you do?
This is a job. Good job. Yeah. But not really a job. It's kind of playing.
So would you guys say that you have a job every day?
No, we don't work every day. So maybe like 2 days a week, I would say, or less. I think our parents are helping us a lot of being influencers, like posting stuff and getting all these stuff for us.
Why do you think they do it?
Because they love us and they want us to be happy. And they don't force us to do this, cause they don't force us to do it. We want to do it because it's really fun.
Oh, that doesn't sound fed to them at all.
Do you remember doing this?
It does not sound like they have been fed those answers by their parents at all. Nope, not at all. We do this because our parents want us to be happy. And so that is why I spend a whole afternoon when I could be outside playing with my friends, but instead I have to put makeup on and put on clothing that was sent to me and make a video with my sister because it makes me really happy.
This was like a year ago. Yeah. It's like kind of when they first started. Some of it's a little strange. Like yesterday, people come up and they're like petting them. And I was like, okay, girls, we have to go. Like, very strange. And I get that this comes along with it, but it was kind of like, okay, wait, what's going on here? So obviously I was like, all right, we're leaving.
I get it. It comes along with
the
it.
potential harm of exposing your
Oh my God.
kids' life and your kids' vulnerabilities to a huge audience so that your kid can be scrutinized and criticized is one of those things that people don't necessarily think of it while they're building an audience and building a brand.
Sometimes people write like mean comments, but we don't really care because we laugh at it because they don't know like our life, so we just laugh.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Sometimes people write us mean comments, but we don't care. We laugh at it because they don't know us. That is exactly what their mother is saying to them, okay? The mother who is saying, oh, girls, just laugh at comments like that. They don't know your life. These are just sad people on the internet, okay? All right, people, you know this grown adult who's saying that like, whatever. Oh, well, they don't mean it or they're just unhappy. So we just laugh at these types of comments, okay? It's like, oh boy. Yeah, Jaina, it's so true. It makes your blood boil when trans people are called groomers en masse. Exactly. And here's the thing, right? Is that the mean comments are horrible, right? Like, these are little kids. First of all, no one on the internet should have to just deal with mean comments because somebody decided that they were unhappy with their own life, so they were going to say some horrible thing to some random stranger. But the thing that is so much more worrisome to me, okay? And I'm sure they wouldn't talk about this because this is not appropriate, but the comments from men sexualizing them, okay? Because it is definitely happening and will continue to happen and has happened from the moment that they were born. Okay, these little girls having makeup put on them, being put in swimsuit, in bikinis, right? To model bikinis. They have been sexualized on the internet since the moment that they were born. At least Kim turns off comments on her and North's TikTok. Yeah, and like, I don't know if these kids have individual social media accounts, like their parents might operate everything. But what about like when they turn 13 or when they turn 14 and they can legally get a social media account on their own, right? And then some flippin' freak finds their social media account that's not run by their parent and just sends them all this horrible stuff, all this really, really disgusting, sexualizing stuff. And to have their mother, one of the relationships they're supposed to be able to trust implicitly to keep them safe, is the one showing them off. Yeah, exactly. That's happening to Kim's kid. Yeah, I mean, Kim Kardashian has been caught photoshopping her daughters before. Like, people are fucked up.
And it's not true.
What kind of things are they lying about, do you think?
Well, they kind of say that, like, we're not kids, but a lot of people are nice.
Oh, they're not kids?
I don't know what the main criticism is.
I don't know.
They don't smile.
They don't smile, let them be kids, that kind of thing.
And you know what? We laugh at it. It's like I am working a lot, and I'm not getting paid to manage them. So they're getting to keep all their money, which is great. So when they get older, they'll be able to do a lot of stuff with that.
You know, other kids do what they love to do, and what is normal? What is normal for kids being
whether
kids?
It's a sport or an instrument, if they're doing what they love to do, like, they're happy.
We get comments sometimes saying,
Hey, that's a fucking lie. All right? Her saying that her daughters get all the money, that she's just lying, okay? Second of all, what do normal kids do? I don't know, lots of things, but first and foremost, every aspect of their lives is not on the internet.
why do you guys are just using your kids for money. Why do you exploit your kids like that? Like, that's dangerous with like pedophiles and things like that. And I just try not to think of it that way. I think there's people just put negative like on everything.
Out of sight, out of mind.
I love like when we go out in public and people are like, "You're our biggest inspiration. You inspire us to have families one day."
Do you guys think you're famous?
Yes, we are. We are famous.
No negativity up in
And do
here.
you like that?
Yes. Of course.
My goal in life is to become as famous as possible, right? I mean, that's the goal. The goal is to become as famous as possible because we make more money.
Oh my God. Half a million followers, and she's a
I know that
baby.
you're an influencer?
Do you know that you're an influencer? She just shit in her diaper. Oh God, I feel so depressed. I felt so great after the conversation with Senator Kaler, and now I am laid depressed. Okay, now I am just like, we have to burn it all down. We have to. Okay, so we watched the kids confronting their parents about sharenting, not to be confused with sharding.
All right, moving on. The growing popularity of so-called
Wait, what's happening? Update from Will Neff. Oh God. What could it be? What is going on? You know what? I have already accepted, okay? I've already accepted that this is how it is now. This is it, okay? I'll be busy fighting off all of the exploitative parents on social media. Okay? And will just be in Japan being the world's biggest weeb. Replacing me with everyone, but it's fine, okay? Because I have a new mission in life. I am going to end social media. So let him post. Let him post on his little social medias, okay? Because I will be taking it out. I will be taking it down. I will be ending that bitch. Okay, to save the children. I am actually going to lead the real campaign to save the kids. Did you guys appreciate that line when I was interviewing Senator Kaler? Said, oh, you know, all these, he had said, like, the Freedom Caucus, there were some people who opposed this bill, right? And I was like, I thought they were all about saving the kids. Tatum and Oakley. Honestly, I have never sent a random person hate mail online. I do not condone this. But I might send the dad who's trying to be famous the most hateful message he's ever received. I might tell him that guitar would better be served up his fucking ass, okay? Because he is never going to be a famous country singer, all right? And that is why he has been exploiting his little girls, including his baby. Oh my God, you don't even look at this Instagram. I'm sorry, Tatum, Taytum. I hate these fucking people. Oh my God. We're Tatum and Oakley. We love dancing, art, acting, and singing. Here's our twin accessories line. Bro, when I see people who follow these accounts, I'm like, I'm no longer friends with you because you are probably not following this to hate on these people. You are probably following this because you think it's awesome. Here he is talking about his Lambo. Oh my God. I hate this fucking man.
In valet, he pulled it up and I said, "Hey, I am so sorry. This is so dirty." And he goes, "It's still a Lambo, sir." I go, "Oh my gosh. I am such a loser."
You're so LA.
I can't believe I would get to a point where I would worry about whether or not my Lamborghini is dirty or not. I drove it to the dealership and I sold it that day. It was a life lesson for me. Like, what am I doing? It's not that it's a bad thing. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. In fact, I never bought that car with any vain mindset. It was like, well, I can't. I think it's fun, so let's do it.
Telling you right now, this guy's a huge Nick Merckx fan.
You know, and I did it, and it was fun. A few weeks later, my wife had a surgery in Los Angeles. They have a side of their hotel that's called the Prestige. It's like a aftercare for surgery patients. I actually went and purposely went to go find this kid that had taught me that lesson that day, and I told him about what he, influenced me to do, and he started crying.
Really?
It was pretty.
No, he did not. What's his fucking name? Kyler? Of course this jackass's name is Kyler. Okay? Of course. Kyler, who bought a Lambo from the money that he made exploiting his beautiful little daughters. Bosfi, thank you for the 6 months. Motherfucking Kyler did not go up to this young valet kid, tell him this, you changed my life story, and then the valet kid started crying. No, what a Weasley little liar. Okay?
Pretty cool experience. In Los Angeles, I owned a Lamborghini.
Why do they have the worst names and are the worst people? Let's name him Kyle. You guys, this reminds me of this blog I found. You would not believe this fucking blog. It's called Mommy's Little Sunshine. Okay. She's also a family vlogger. All right. Okay. I got to talk about this kid's name. All right. She named the child. Let's see if I can find. I want to find the post where she talks about coming up with the child's name. Okay. So she named her daughter Lakin. Wait, I gotta find the original Reddit post. Hold. Sorry, we're taking a detour. Wow, I just typed and none of the letters were what I meant to type. Okay, wait. Where did I find this original Reddit post? Mommy's Little Sunshine blog, Reddit. This is the worst story. This is the most embarrassing, one of the most embarrassing posts I have ever read. Okay. Where is it? This is why I need to save the posts that I read on Reddit. She's a huge meme. Oh, okay. So you guys already know her. Here we go. How we picked the name. We finally decided on a name. Her name will be Lakin K. Hatch. Pronounced Lakin, but spelled Lakyynn. But pronounced Lakin. Please. Okay, so Devin, spelled Devan, and I had a pretty difficult time picking out the name. I thought we were never going to agree on one. I love unique names. My name is fairly unique, and I loved never having to share a name with someone else in my school or work. Devin, on the other hand, likes unique, but not too unique of a name. At first, we both liked the name Taylee. Taylee. Then I did a little research and decided that there are quite a few Taylees out there, which, side note, is very disturbing, and that it was too common of a name. So it was a no for the name Taylee. Then I thought of the name McCarty. McKarty. Which I still absolutely love this name, but sadly, Devin literally hated it. The only time that Devin has ever been based in his life. I tried to talk him into it. Then I figured I couldn't name her something that he really didn't like, so out went the name McCarty. Then we tried to combine both of our favorite names, McCarty and Taylee, and we came up with Maylee. Maylee. We both liked it, but weren't in love with the name, so we kept thinking. Then one day, Devin came home from work and said he drove past a sign that said Lakin, spelled Lakin, and asked what I thought about it. I actually loved the name. We both loved it. Yay! So I decided to change up the spelling a little bit to make it more of a girly name. And this is how we came up with Lakin K. Hatch, pronounced Lakin. Because, yeah, Lakyynn, the only concern there is it girly enough? Here are all the names that made the list. Are you guys ready? That girl Lakin. This is child abuse, by the way. Okay, I just want to be clear. All right, I want to be crystal clear that this is absolutely child abuse. Here are all the names that made the list. Taylee, McCarty, Navy, Navyvie, Maylee, Camry, like the car, spelled Kamree, Nike, like the shoe, spelled Nykee, Taisley, spelled Taislee, Tagley, spelled Taigley, Tenley, spelled Tenley, McCamey. What the fuck is McCamey? What the fuck is McCamey? McKamey. And then there was McCartney, spelled Mckartnee. And last but not least, Tavy. Tayvy. V-I-E. They got the names from this. You guys, I honestly, what the fuck are any of those names? But what is McCamey? What?
And here come our players. Sleeve McDykel, Willie Dustis, Onsen Sweeney, Jeremy Gride, Daryl
Some Japanese guy had to come up with a whole league of fake American names.
Archideld, Scott Dorkew,
These names are even better.
Sean Furcott,
Yo, these names make more sense.
Ray McScriff, Dean Wesry, Glenn Allen Mixon, Mike Truck, Mario McElwain, Dwight Rochergal, Raw Chamberlain, Tim Sandale, Kevin O'Gilney, Carl Dandleton, Tony Smerick, Mike Hernandez, Bobson Dugnut, and Todd Gonzalez.
Todd Gonzalez. Honestly, I would prefer any of those names over this shit. Okay, why are white people trying to do this? The comments were so funny. Kind of funny that your names that made the list end with E or EY. I love unique names too. My 19-month-old is named Brayley. And my 47-month-old is named Rayman Origins. Because that's the other thing that these people do, right? They will say that their children are 37 months old. Wait, her name is oh, okay, wait, her name is McKinley. McKinley. McKinley, who is married to Devin, Devan, who likes unique names but not too unique, and just had a child, Lakin, pronounced Lakin, K. Hatch. She's had a few more kids since then, and all her kids have awful names. What are her other children's names, and did she take them off this list? These poor children. Man, if you guys ever been to this Reddit page, Tragedy, this site actually caused my blood pressure to raise to a dangerous level. Need suggestions for baby girl names. Must be classy and Christian, like Haley, Paley, Kaylee, and Taylor. Okay, here's my question, you guys. What's up with the E? What's up with the last names having to end in E? Read the pin tweet. Did my dono not go through? My dono is like the name Kaylee, spelled Kaeyleey, in that it's extremely fucked up and incredibly stupid. These stupid fucking alerts. Hold on, let me... Yeah. So just like Lakin pronounced Lakin. Okay, wait. It did go through. Pistol Pete. I see the email. I'm not going to shout your name out because you're like Batman. Wait, there were 2 donos that came through. Thank you to both of them. Like I said, my alerts are like these fucking white people names where they are incredibly dumb and frustrate me. So here, anybody who donoed, you get a manual alert. Boo la la. I will get these fixed someday. I have tried a million times. And I don't know why they don't want to work. Maybe if my name was Taylor, they would work. Thank you for those donos. Here's the cute little thing that's supposed to pop up. Oh, shit. Oh, Taylor. I'm just going to start using those names as swear words. Oh, McClaken. Oh, Tenley. Son of a Tenley.
John donated $7.
Son of a Taylor.
This is a test donation for $7.
Mother Haley. Change your name to Caroline, spelled Karolyhne. Or C. No, wait, what's the worst way that we could spell my name? Hold on. Care. O. Line. Kiro. That was like Curio. Yeah, but my name has to end in that E. Caroline Quani. It's got to have something like this. Okay, so can somebody explain to me what is up with this? Why are these types of names everywhere? And here's the thing. It's not just people that I don't know. It's not just strangers on the internet, okay? It's not just mommy bloggers. It's people in my life. We all have people in our lives who are naming their kids and spelling them like this. I think it's because everyone wants to be special. They want unique names for their children. And so they have decided that this is the way. This is the way. Everyone's so creative. Oh my God. Like, I have one friend who not only was doing this bullshit with the names, the list of names that she came up with, I could not. But she is also getting into this territory. She had the baby and then lost her job and was like, I think I'm just going to have my daughter be a model. And I was like, no. I think I'm just going to put my daughter on. I'm just going to start a TikTok. And I was like, no, you will not. The poor teachers, oh my God, who need to say those names during attendance. It's brutal. It's terrible. Tragedy. Tragedy equals a given name. Tragedy spelled TRAGEDEIGH. A given name that has been deliberately misspelled and or completely made up for the sake of appearing unique. That's what's going on here, folks. All right. Okay, so back the Prince family. Oh God. Are they worse than the Stoffers? Who's the family where they didn't adopt a kid anymore because Korea wouldn't let them use the kid on YouTube? The Ace family's pretty fucking annoying too and horrible. That Kim Peel sketch is amazing. Nyquilus Dilwad. It's so good. Prince family faked their kid dying. Oh God. Oh, Jesus. My sister just sent me a screenshot of a text with another senator, and she sent a photo of Senator Kaler on my stream and said, "Hey, Senator Peters, you ever want to be on Twitch stream?" And he said, "Yes, of course. I heard your sister was big on there. I want to definitely do it. How?" I'm just going to have the entirety of the Illinois State Senate appear one by one on my stream. I heard your sister was big on there. That is hilarious. Oh boy. She's a stew. Okay, so I want to move on to this video because I'm not going to do a super long stream tonight because I have to get stuff ready for this WGA shit. I mean, not shit in like this WGA shit. Isn't just like, you know, it's WGA shit tomorrow. Anyway, okay, let's watch this.
All right, moving on. The growing popularity of so-called kid influencers is raising questions about the potential impact of sharing children's lives online. These social media stars promote products on Instagram and make millions posting short video blogs known as vlogs. A recent study found about 1 in 3 American kids between the ages of 8 and 12 aspire to be either a vlogger or a YouTuber.
Forbes reports the highest paid YouTube star last year was 7-year-old Ryan, who
Wait,
earned...
I'm sorry. Can we go back to that? We gotta go back to that set. Job aspirations ages 8 to 12. Almost 30% of children are saying they want to be vloggers or YouTubers.
Or a YouTuber.
Forbes reports the highest paid YouTube star last year was 7-year-old Ryan, who earned $22 million in just 12 months, people. He hosts a popular toy review channel on the site. The latest CBSN original, Kid Influencers, Few Rules, Big Money, looks inside the estimated $4.6 billion influencer business. It includes interviews with families of these young influencers.
It's a lot of work. It's a full-time job, but it's not really a job because they're having fun.
Yeah, so we just watched this.
My mom's here because we're shooting on the East Coast and she's from the East Coast. She comes along, but she's skeptical because it's all brand new, like it was for us.
Maybe this is my 4th or 5th shoot. It gives them a lot of great opportunities. I see them being able to relate to adults and experiencing things that I could never even imagine. So it's kind of a great thing in that respect.
President Xi would not let this shit happen.
But
exactly.
I don't know the other side of it. I don't know how that's going to influence them as they get older.
I would say that I do share the concerns that my mom has, but not so. She's very dramatic.
They're little girls.
Top sheet.
I want them to stay like that.
Psychiatrist Dr. Sue Varma is here with the biggest issues for these social media stars and whether your kids should be following them online. Good morning. So there are the kids who are in the videos, and then there are the kids who are watching them. For the kids who are in the videos, are there psychological risks for parents putting them out there like that?
Children that are social media stars are contending with all of the social pressures of being children in a digital age combined with being a child star. And we know that child stars are more likely to have anxiety, depression, substance issues later on in life because they're dealing with their sense of self-esteem being linked to public approval, career success.
Bro, I got this shit going on and I'm 30, okay? Now imagine a little tiny wee baby from the moment that they were born having to deal with this shit.
right? And the hits and the likes, and there's an intoxication. There's almost like an addiction to it, and they don't have the coping skills to deal with failure and disappointment.
There are rules for kids who work on a film or TV set, but there aren't really rules for this, are there?
No, and it's really concerning because anytime you have a family business, look, the child in this case is the product, right?
Yes,
so
that's right.
when does it end? It's a 24/7 job, and I'm concerned about where do parents who have to gain financially from this, how do they set the rules? And I'm troubled by this because the intrusive nature, it's 24/7, and the parents that are supposed to be protecting them, in this case, are obviously oversharing sometimes.
Although, to be fair, many of the parents say, look, we're making a lot of money, but kids cost a lot of money, and this is going to college and everything else. So is that a good counterpoint?
No, I don't think so. I think that parents have to be the ones to protect their kids. And the problem is that right now, in a digital age, to achieve success, it is both endless and merciless. And where are we going to teach our kids?
Okay, parents got to protect their kids on social media, and also by not naming them McKinley, okay? Taylor. My niece and nephews graduated first grade class, answered what they wanted. Only like 8 out of 50 didn't say YouTuber or content creator. Oof, duh.
The values, right? This is really promoting instant gratification at the expense, I think, of substance and depth.
And these kids don't have any other experience. This is all that they know because some of these kids are babies that are having to be posted online and probably get that validation from the likes and all of that. But what about the other kids who are watching these videos and idolizing these kids that look like their lives are perfect? What's the impact on them?
Yeah, so the kids, we have to make people realize that our sense of mastery and self-esteem has to come from a variety of things. Sports, leadership in the community, leadership in your schools. This is not the be-all and end-all. And I'm concerned when more kids want to be YouTubers as opposed to astronauts. And the fact that we are letting our kids have too much screen time. Kids, when they're spending time with other children, should not be on their screen. They should be outside playing. It is a form of bringing people together, but it's not the only form.
All right, Dr. Sue Varma, thanks so much for being with us this morning. You can watch the latest CBSN Originals documentary, Kid Influencers, Few Rules, Big Money, streaming now on cbsnews.com/.
Yo, she was spitting. She was spitting facts. She was spitting fat facts. Okay. All right. Close out tragedy. Mommy's little sunshine. Fucking Kyler. Oh. You know what? Kyler is, so I don't know if I've talked about this on stream, but something funny that has happened since I've been on the internet is the game of telephone that people on the internet play where they listen to a story and then somehow turn it into something else. So when Will told the story on Hot Ones back in March about how the night he claims he fell in love with me was when this guy kept trying to jump over the rope, getting in my face, just so fucked up. And I told him that he was not coming in. Will came up. I was temporarily distracted. The guy jumped over the rope, and then I picked him up and threw him over the rope. So that story is now turned into that, like, I was a bouncer back in the day who used to just punch men when they'd come up to the club and want to come in. Like, the idea is that, like, a guy would come up and go, oh, hey there. Yeah, I'd like to come in and have a drink. I'd be like, you want to come into my club? And he'd be like, yes, I would love that. I'd be like, sure. And then just start, like, wailing on this mofo, right? Like, you fucking man. Like, this is feminism, right? You come up to my club, you tell me you want to come in, I'm going to beat the fuck out of you. Like, that's what some people online on Reddit think that I did back in the day. Here's the thing, okay? Kyler, the father of those little girls, Tatum and Oakley, I would do that to him. If I worked at a club and motherfucking Kyler walked up to my rope, oh, what's up? What's up, man? You want to come into my club? You want to come in and have a good time? Yo, you're with your friends here? You're going to come in and have a drink, Maybe a little dance a little bit? Sure. just like 10 minutes straight. That's how I do things here. Mm-hmm. Just like, you son of a bitch. I hate your name. I just leave him in a bloody heap. No context. I'm confused. Just go with it. Just roll with it. Yeah. Beat him within an inch to his life for coming up to my club trying to get in. Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm gonna move. I'm gonna move on. It's time to move on. I love when I'll just do something like that. I'll be like, okay, let's move on to the next news story. Where were we? Where were we? I'm gonna. Oh my god. I'm gonna run to the bathroom though. Okay. Alms. Ah. Okay. All right. Boom, 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 boom. WGA. Strike. Let's do a little update. So we are at day 50. Woohoo! 50 fucking days. Writers remain resolved amid the hardship. They keep the spirits up amid physical and mental picket line fatigue. Yes, day 50. For the past 8 weeks, the writers have been on picket lines across the country. And tomorrow, there is a big WGA rally and march. And I will be doing my first IRL stream to cover it. I am going to be bringing you, the people, real-time coverage of all these writers and allies who are tomorrow going to be on day 51. Oh yeah. So in the days after the strike commenced, writers were adamant that they were in it for the long haul, and that has not changed. Although the crowds have ebbed and flowed in the weeks since, leadership insists that the resolve has remained strong. Honestly, it's been kind of nice. The only nice thing about June gloom in LA is the fact that it hasn't been unbearably hot. It's so many days out on the picket line, it's overcast. So thank you, weather patterns. if the backpack works, you know, that's why I hired Brett, okay? That's why I've got Brett, the man, the myth, the legend, Brett Hamilton, who's going to be helping me out with this backpack. And also, I did a Zoom call tonight on stream. I can do anything. It's scary to walk away from the job. It's painful to have to inflict some of the damage on those with whom we work and the city that we work in, said Chris Kaiser, the WGA negotiating committee co-chair. The dedication, the fervency, the insistence on the part of every writer that this is a fight that they will stick with until we win. It is, I would say, even stronger than it was when we began. So earlier, my girl Sandwich, she tweeted out that there is this new potential Disney show called Sandwich, which is gonna just fuck the real sandwiches shit up. And I said, don't worry, the writers will be on strike for eternity, okay? So I will personally make sure that this strike never ends so that this show never happens. I like how the sun's been out these past 2 days. Listen, for my mental health and for the fact that I'm lacking in vitamin D, the sun is nice. But for being out on the picket lines day after day, it is not so nice. So the 50-day mark has highlighted a callousness on the part of the AMPTP for not returning to the negotiating table. After talks with the WGA failed, the studio struck a tentative deal with the DGA. Now SAG-AFTRA is in the midst of its own negotiations. The Actors Guild issued a strike authorization that will take place after midnight on June 30th if they do not reach a deal. All it would take for them to say, we are ready to have a conversation about reasonable demands to fix what's broken, and they refuse to do it. That's the thing, folks. The AMPTP won't even have a conversation. Nope. So the WGA strike began on May 1st, was it? God, I can't remember. It's been so long. May 1st. Since then, the AMPTP will not have a conversation with the WGA. They hide behind an excuse that they can only negotiate with one guild at a time, but that is nonsense. Disney can run cruise ships and theme parks and movies and TV shows all the time. They can certainly talk to two guilds at the same time. They do this on purpose. There's a reason that we're firmer now than we were before. There's a reason why every guild and union in Hollywood has stood by us, Kaiser continued, because people are sick and tired of being treated as if they mean nothing. And so our fight for dignity reflects everyone's desire to be able to fight in the same way. As for the studios, they will come back to the table in time because the only thing that the 50 days has done has allowed us to inflict more pain than I think we even expected. Booyah. Hollywood is fucked. So listen, y'all, you might be feeling fatigued over WGA talk, okay? I talk about it a lot. You probably see it all over your social media, but at least you are not out there all day, every day on the picket lines, right? That's what's actually exhausting. And this is something that is just inevitable when something like a labor strike continues on, right? In the beginning, a lot of people have a lot of energy, right? The people who are not involved with the strike but like want to support feel super energized, like especially with this writer's strike, you know, people were really interested and down to support. But as the days stretch on, as the weeks stretch on, there is just a general fatigue that settles over the whole situation. The whole thing. I can't believe this is still going on. Right. it really is, and I was just so reminded in my conversation this morning with this director friend of mine about a script that we've been trying to get made for a few years now. The industry is broken, and there needs to be a different approach to the way that things are done here. Or I genuinely think like we're doomed. Not to be dramatic, but it feels very doomer. Hello, much love. Always enjoy your stream. Thank you so much. P.S. Will is an artist. Why is everyone saying Will is an artist? Thank you for that kind comment. But is Will really an artist? All right. Aiden Ross isn't the only one showing porn on stream.
I mean, it was hot.
It was a bit of yaoi, okay?
This
it's allowed.
motherfucker doesn't even
Homophobe much?
No,
What's up with
you know
Caroline?
what? No,
Why is she
you know
why
what?
is she homophobic?
This is the same take that homophobes said about blue is the warmest color, okay? Just because you feel something when you see our art doesn't mean that we are pornographers, okay? We are artists. Look
These men are exhausting me.
Inside yourself.
Yeah.
And see, oh, wait, why did the gay art make me feel hot?
Yeah.
Maybe you're not so straight, sis.
Exactly.
Sis likes to kiss. He goes down to Japan and fucking tops Hassan.
Well, maybe if you put some tasty treats in your mouth.
Yeah, it's the problem. It was the pokey.
Yeah.
It was the pokey stick.
Okay.
You know what? All right. Like I said, I've given up, okay? I quit. All right. I can't win. That's it. That's all. It's the end, okay? I will be here in LA being homophobic and also trying to take down social media. All right. I'll be fighting the good fight out here. Critical, thank you for the 9 months. Yeah, Hassan is just so grateful to not be the LGBTQ foe now, okay? So somebody has to pick up the mantle. I guess it's me now. Hassan is really relishing. He's just really relishing the fact that he is no longer the main LGBTQ foe.
No,
Why is she
what?
homophobic?
This is the same take that homophobes said about blue is the warmest color, okay?
I also, you know what? This is racism that they froze on this still of me, okay? This is my face in that. This is racism, this is sexism. This is evil, but nobody will talk about that.
Okay? Just because you feel something when you see our art doesn't mean that we are pornographers, okay? We are artists. Look inside yourself.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. I mean, listen. What did Nick Merckx say? You're dead to me, motherfucker. You know. Ditto. All right. I'm moving on. Why? How come Will is dressed like a Janet Jackson Rhythm Nation dancer? So true. I don't know what has happened down there, okay? I encouraged him to go to Japan too. So, you know, this is my lot in life. This is what I get. Okay, my mistakes have come back to haunt me. Will coming back from Japan, like,
Son, soon we will be married, yes?
Very soon, my little cherry blossom.
Would you please focus?
No! I'm here! No! No! You made God damn you all to hell!
So how's this going?
Not great.
I can't believe Archer ended. What a fucking iconic show. That's you with the bat? Yeah, that's me. That is me. Real talk though, I'm so glad that they're having fun in Japan, honestly. Because that would be really sad if they went all the way to Japan and were not having fun. Like, they should just be having the time of their lives. And, even if it is at my personal expense, I always put everyone's happiness before mine, you know? That's just who I am. I make these sacrifices. I am a martyr. And I don't expect any praise. I don't need anything for it. It's just how it is. Too bad Will didn't stream. They went to a strip club? Dude, I keep asking him, like, hey, what's up? What are you guys up to? I'm not getting any of the deets. Also, you're very humble. So humble. Yeah, this is true. Yeah, you guys know more than I do. Any information you give me, I'm just going to believe. You could tell me that they're doing anything in Japan, and I would believe it. Straight up. Will said the only good thing about the strip club was that Murat was there. True. Murat's holding this shit together. Yeah, Will's fucking on cat. Like I said, I would honestly believe anything that you told me is going down in Japan. The better piker. Yeah, we love Murat. He is the better piker. Okay, do we want to watch this or do we want to watch? Actually, maybe I'll watch this. I meant to watch this video yesterday.
You may have noticed something.
By More Perfect Union when we were talking about The Flash. So, the Flash movie, which has been highly anticipated for years at this point, and is the reason why that these executives have been bringing out a very medicated Ezra Miller to the marketing to the promo of this film. And then Flash unfortunately did not do very well on its opening weekend. So we were talking about that yesterday, and I meant to play this video called Why Every Movie is a Sequel, Prequel, or Reboot.
While watching movie trailers for upcoming releases. Every movie seems like it's either based on a book, a sequel, or yet another movie from a cinematic universe that never seems to stop expanding.
We were hoping it would stop on its own.
Well, I'm here to tell you that you're not just imagining things.
You're not.
One researcher
You're valid.
looked at the top 10 grossing films in the US since 1977 and found that since 2010, over 50% of these films were prequels, sequels, spin-offs, remakes, reboots, or cinematic universe expansion.
That is depressing.
In 2021, only one movie in the top 10 was an original idea. The movie Free Guy with Ryan Reynolds.
And that is because the Queen Pokimane was in it. That is the reason that Free Guy was in the top 10 of movies that year, because of Pokimane's brief but incredibly important appearance.
That's a new one. And this isn't happening because Hollywood has simply run out of new ideas. It boils down to three major shifts in the entertainment industry. Shifts that meant Hollywood needed to go in on movies with brand recognition. Original great movies, even ones that audiences loved, became a riskier bet. For our purposes today, We'll call these shifts the three horsemen of the great original movie apocalypse. First, there is the horseman of consolidation.
Looks like we're shy of one horse.
You brought too many.
In the 1980s and 90s, antitrust laws that kept TV and communication networks from becoming too big and powerful were either repealed or not enforced. The number of major players in TV and entertainment began to shrink. Movie theater companies also consolidated, which gave rise to the multiplex theater in the 90s. In 1995, the top 5 movie chains owned a third of US theaters. By 2016, they owned over 53%. According to researcher Matt Stoller, these giant multiplex theaters jolted the Hollywood power structure. Movies now made most of their ticket sales in the first weeks, so there wasn't time for word of mouth. Brand recognition was the best way to draw audiences quickly. Then in the 2000s came the rise of streaming, and Hollywood became obsessed with gaining market share, taking big bets to grow as large as possible. But don't just take my word for it. Here's media mogul and Discovery Board member John Malone.
There's no question that the equity markets right
No
now are
question.
so interested in growth above all other criteria, and this is like the bubble in the late 90s through 2000. It's all about growth. This is a land rush.
Of course, the fastest way for a company to grow is to merge with another company.
The deal that everyone from Wall Street to Washington is abuzz about.
If approved, it would be one of the biggest media and technology mergers in history.
There are newer, bigger, more powerful kids on the block.
Over the past 12 years, mergers in the film and TV industry totaled over $400 billion in deal value.
Disney will acquire Fox Entertainment assets for $52.4 billion.
In 2017, just one of those mergers, the Walt Disney Company's acquisition of 21st Century Fox, created one company that controlled around 40% of the domestic box office and employed nearly 30% of TV and film writers. Consolidation in Hollywood has actually led to fewer films. After the Disney 21st Century Fox merger, Disney announced plans to cut Fox's film slate in half and remake a number of Fox films for Disney+. This consolidation makes it so it is harder for creators to break into the industry. There are not as many small to mid-sized films to cut their teeth on, and it gives them less options for places to sell their ideas. Then there is the horseman of vertical integration.
Y'all, this is why competition is so important. I mean, ultimately, even though I don't agree with everything about Kick, competition is good, right? Like, we need competition as streamers on Twitch, right? We need Twitch to really feel, they need to feel as if they have to do whatever it takes to keep their creators from going to the competition. Mergers are bad for the consumer. They are bad in this case for, you know, the laborers. Kick sucks, but it also forces Twitch not to pass anti-creator rules. Exactly.
He not only plays, he can shoot too.
When it comes to original shows and films, a single streaming company like Netflix does what used to be done by multiple companies. For decades, the companies that showed movies to audiences, movie theaters, distributors, were owned by separate companies. This meant that theaters could decline to show a studio's movie if it didn't draw audiences and show another studio's movie instead. But today, one company, like Netflix, HBO, Apple, or Disney, decide what gets made and where it's shown. This gives them more control to decide who profits and who doesn't. And another thing streaming did was fundamentally change the value of content. Netflix only shares viewership data on its content when it wants to. Their business model doesn't require them to. TV networks, for instance, had to establish a market value for their content to know what to charge advertisers, and they had to share those ratings to get that price. Netflix doesn't have ads. And with the industry reforming itself around the streaming model, it's become difficult to determine the value of anything. And it starves out the marketplace where you would go to sell that content. And with no metrics and no marketplace, creators and roles across the industry are finding themselves with less control and less profit. At a time where demand for content is high, in our peak TV era, writer pay actually went down 14% over the last 5 years. This leads us to our third horseman, cutting out creatives.
You see, in this world, there's two kinds of people, my friend. Those with loaded guns and those who dig.
Vertical integration in the form of block booking was banned during the 1948 case U.S. versus Paramount Pictures. Sadly, it's returned with streaming. Yeah, it's returned with full force and then some.
First, the rise of streamers like Netflix opened up the market of ideas for creators. It paid them more upfront, it gave them more artistic freedom, but as the Netflix model became the model, even in-demand creators had difficulty negotiating ownership. In 2017, Netflix offered Michaela Cole $1 million for her show I May Destroy You, but Netflix refused to give her any rights. Cole chose to walk away.
You became aware when you had a deal offered to you of a huge amount of money that they were also going to try and take some of the copyright. Was that very hard for you to take that amount of control back and to say no to that amount of money?
Well, the first thing I asked was, why do you want to take all of the copyright? But just because I want transparency. You know? And when the answer is, that's just not the way it is, I'm already out. That doesn't sound like a good answer to me.
No.
You know, it sounds cloudy.
Without any intellectual property or financial stake in their work, creators and independent producers are basically reduced to contract players. So what's the point of creating something great if all the upside goes to a streaming giant? But the film and TV industry doesn't have to work this way. The UK is a great example of what can happen when monopolization of the entertainment industry is kept in check. In 2004, the British government created the Terms of Trade, a formal code that required the country's public broadcasters to commission 25% of their programming from independent producers, and to allow those producers to retain secondary rights to their work. It allowed UK producers to financially benefit from a successful show, and it gave American audiences a long list of programming. X Factor, Dancing with the Stars, Undercover Boss, Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. The UK is now the second largest TV exporter in the world. In the first 4 years after the requirements went into effect, the income from selling the rights to these shows abroad grew 22% annually. And with these terms of trade, consolidation just wasn't as necessary. In 2017, of the companies that sold content to these broadcasters, 42% were small to mid-sized production companies. It is also easier for new talent to break into the television industry in the UK. From 2008 to 2017, about a third of new content sold annually to these channels were made by new entrants. On this side of the pond, there are major questions over whether the consolidation of Hollywood and the streaming model is sustainable.
No, it's
Wall
not.
Street investors are eager to see profitability after years of investment and growth. And writers, actors, and directors are fighting for terms within this new landscape that allow them the ability and the incentive to make great art. They are also fighting to make original ideas possible and profitable again. And the outcome of this fight could decide whether the next great original movie ever gets made at all.
Yeah, I mean, this is why it benefits all of us for the, for the writers, for the actors, for everybody who's creating these movies from a creative place to succeed in this, right?
Hey there, how you doing?
Oh, Lil Badger, thank you for the 7 months. That alert sounded scuffed. We want to return to an era where weird, original, small, medium-size dramas, comedies, whatever, where those types of films have a chance again. Because when it comes to theatrical releases, those movies are not going to the theaters, which means that then they have to hopefully be bought or be made via one of the streaming services. Finally, out of my time. Wait, you got time it out for trying to ask about unions during the interview? Everything must be as profitable as possible. Mindset is a poison. Yeah, totally. We see how the when profit is the only thing that matters, it hurts everything, right? Like it hurts quality of things. Profit over people hurts the consumers, and it hurts it just hurts the people in general. What's the name of this video? It's here, I'll link it. Good night, Marco Pops. Thank you for tuning in. Yes, Will is an artist. He's an artiste, and he will no longer get to be an artist if we do not change the existing model, how it is in Hollywood, okay? We have to allow Will to get to continue to be avant-garde, okay? To be a real thinker outside of the box. All right? And he can't do that if we do not succeed in this fight here. Okay. So Twitter. You'll let him think in your box? Listen, go for it. Everyone's thinking in his box, okay? All right. So it was funny because today I was looking around on Twitch, and a lot of people were talking about this Titanic story because it is so unbelievable that people would have willingly put themselves, let alone paid an egregious amount of money to be in something that, frankly, a child would have made. But I want to point out, and Laura Bassett tweeted this, I want to point out that it's very telling that this story, okay, maybe some of you saw it, but hundreds of Pakistanis are dead after a Mediterranean migrant boat disaster. This story is not as big as the five wealthy people in the missing submarine, right? So I wanted to watch this update video on the missing Titanic sub, but I could not justify doing that unless I also discuss this story as well.
Europe's Commissioner for Home Affairs says the migrant boat disaster off the Greek coast is the worst tragedy ever in the Mediterranean Sea. Ylva Johansson said European nations must find ways.
The worst Mediterranean Sea tragedy ever.
To fight smugglers who are sending people to their deaths. Her comments come as the search continues for the missing. 78 people are confirmed dead, but up to 750 people were on the vessel when it sank on Wednesday.
Insane.
And hundreds are feared dead. Greek authorities are denying claims that the ship capsized after the Coast Guard tried to tow it to shore, and as survivors grapple with the disaster. 71 of them were taken to a registration and identification facility near Athens on Friday. Joining us now is award-winning journalist Sally Hayden. She's also the author of My Fourth Time We Drowned, Seeking Refuge on the World's Deadliest Migration.
Yeah, Rich Dummies is a tragedy, dead migrants too political.
Route. Sally, welcome. You have spent the last 5 years reporting on the impact of European Union migration policy. What did your investigation reveal?
Yeah, and thank you so much for having me.
Thank you.
Yeah, this has been what I've been reporting on. And actually, to be honest, I had to double check the figures again and again today just to make sure that I was appreciating the horrific scale of the deaths that are happening. More than 27,000 people have died in the Mediterranean Sea since 2014. And I think that
27,000 people have died in the Mediterranean Sea. 27,000 since 2016. That number is, tonight has been the night of numbers, okay? That number, the fact that by the time a child is 5, there will be 1,500 photos of them on online. The fact that, how many kids was it? Now say they want to be YouTubers or content creators. Tonight has been the night of blow your socks off type numbers.
That the European position on this is often framed as inaction. People think it's just that they're not sending out boats to rescue people, but actually there is action happening to try and harden those borders, and that's creating a situation where people are much more unsafe. I know that you just quoted the EU talking about the importance of fighting people smugglers, but actually, like, we're living in a situation where a large proportion of the world's population don't have the ability to travel safely and legally, and so they must resort to using smugglers. The smuggling industry is always going to exist as long as people don't have safe and legal routes. At the moment, they can't get visas, they can't get on planes, they don't have other ways to make these journeys.
Okay, so let's reiterate that, right? Smuggling will always continue to exist as long as there are no safe, viable options for migrants, much in the same way that dangerous abortions, will continue to exist even if abortion is not legal, right? Just because you decide not to address a problem that you see, right? So the borders being overrun, whatever, like too many women are having abortions and you don't like it, they're still going to happen anyway. It's just a matter of how many more people are going to die. No, thank you. I don't want to sign up for whatever the hell this is.
This is one of the world's deadliest migration routes for all the reasons that you just outlined. And yet people remain determined to try and reach Europe through these dangerous routes across the sea. Why?
Because they're desperate.
I am loving her blazer.
Wars, dictatorships, situations, of extreme poverty. And I think, like, we talk about economic migrants, but fleeing poverty can also be, the fact that you don't have access to healthcare, that you can't feed your family, that there's an active risk to your life in that situation. And yeah, I think it really shows the desperation of people that, I talk to a lot of people who make these journeys and they say they know the risks. There might be this misconception that they don't know the risks, but they do, but they just have no other option. They feel like they're in a situation otherwise that they can't survive in. And yeah, my reporting has taken me across Africa and across the Middle East as well. And yeah, it's really, devastating to hear the stories and to hear the lengths that people are being pushed to.
Now, there's a lot of focus right now on the Greek Coast Guard, what they did and didn't do. What is the track record of Greek authorities when it comes to handling of the crisis in the Mediterranean?
Yeah, the Greek Coast Guard is becoming quite infamous for their brutality, for using violence against people, for even, disabling engines, leaving people at sea. And so we don't know exactly what happened with this boat yet. I know that there are conflicting reports, but one of the reports said that potentially the people on board, when they found out it was Greek authorities, had said no, they wanted to continue to Italy. They had refused help. And I mean, I can see why that might have happened because of the reputation of the Greek authorities, that actually people would think it was more dangerous to agree to, be technically helped by them. That actually the results might be more dangerous than the situation they were in even.
Now, Sally, as the weather gets warmer, do we expect more boats to keep coming? And what ultimately determines who deserves to be in Europe?
Yeah, I mean, that's a big question. I think boats are going to continue to come all the time. And who who deserves to be there. A lot of the people that I speak to, they once they can get on European territory, they can claim a right to stay there. You know, they can claim international protection, but the problem is that they can't claim that from abroad. They have to get onto European territory, then they'll be recognized as refugees. And yeah, I mean, that's a kind of maybe a broader debate, but at the moment, without those safe and legal routes, this is the only way, the only recourse that people have to do that.
Sally Hayden, thank you so much. Greatly appreciate you coming on.
Thank you.
Okay, so again, the reason that I pulled up this extremely depressing story is because, you know, all over our internet, all over Twitter, all over YouTube, you know, everybody is covering this missing Titanic submersible with 5 people on it, right? 5 for the most, I think, besides maybe the captain, who are all extremely wealthy, right? Because this is part of a tour type experience where you can go down and check out the Titanic. Submissive, I know, I cannot speak. I'm rapidly losing the ability to speak. And yet, you know, every time there is a story of just mass numbers of migrants who die from something like traveling across the Mediterranean Sea, being smuggled, it just doesn't get the same attention. And in this particular instance, 300 Pakistani nationals were killed in the sinking of an overcrowded fishing trawler off the coast of Greece. It is the latest tragedy exposing the refugee crisis confronting the EU, as tens of thousands of people seeking refuge and sanctuary from war, persecution, and poverty just continue to, you know, risk their lives in order to do so. But yet, you know, all of our attention is on a story of 5 very rich people who made the decision to pay $250,000 to put themselves in a thin metal sphere and go 14,000 feet under the ocean to check out the Titanic, which I didn't make this point yesterday, but I'm going to make it today. All right? I'm going to make this point today. The Titanic is an enormous tragedy, okay? Lots and lots of people lost their lives. The Titanic has sunk, you know, deep down in the ocean. It is caught in a trench, and it is the final resting place. Leo DiCaprio did die, yeah. It is the final resting place for thousands of souls, including Leo DiCaprio, right? And with the Titanic, you know, again, that was a situation where the wealthy people were the ones who had the opportunity to get into lifeboats, right? It was not the lower class, okay, the families who were in steerage because they could not afford to be in the upper decks having these extravagant meals, et cetera, right? It is frankly so fucking rude. I'm looking for a better word, but that's what I've got, okay? It really is so inappropriate too, that people are just touring the Titanic, that rich people are going down in a little boat to look at the Titanic, right? It's ghoulish. Yes, perfect, Jaina. Ghoulish. Great word. Ghoulish. Let these people rest, right? They are literally touring a mass underwater grave. And I just think that, like, enough is enough, okay? You're so obsessed with Titanic, go watch the James Cameron movie again, all right? Go look at YouTube videos of it. Enough is enough, right? And so it's just, I don't know, it's just so telling that that is the story that has captured the world's attention, right? And fascination. Because when anything happens to rich people, everyone pays attention, right? Rescuers said their sonar detected banging. Wait, rescuers said that their sonar detected banging. They're banging on the sides. Oh my God. Here's more background on this up. Yeah, we watched that, some of that yesterday. And just like how many resources are being spent to extrapolate this submersible. Wait, did they find it? I don't know. That's horrifying. Searchers for Titanic tourist sub heard banging from the area. An aircraft heard sounds at 30-minute intervals from the area where the sub disappeared. Jesus Christ. Hold on, I gotta throw this in archive. Right? Because, like, part of the problem was... Yeah, I know it was archived 32 minutes ago. I want to read it. Part of the problem was, how do you send a rescue mission, you know, with humans to try and retrieve this submersible? Okay, so a Canadian aircraft detected banging in 30-minute intervals coming from the area that the divers disappeared, according to internal email updates sent to the Department of Homeland Security leadership. RCC Halifax launched a P-8 Poseidon, which has underwater detection capabilities from the air. The P-8 deployed sono buoys, which reported a contact in a position close to the distress position. The P-8 heard banging sounds in the area every 30 minutes. 4 hours later, additional sonar was deployed and banging was still heard. The announcement did not state what time the banging was heard or what was thought to have caused it. The announcement also maybe it's the fucking dead people from the Titanic saying, leave us alone. The announcement also stated that the Joint Rescue Coordination Center is working to find an underwater remote-operated vehicle through partner organizations to possibly assist. Previous reports on the search for the missing submersible have stated that the Navy's manned rescue craft can only descend about 2,000 feet underwater, and that if the divers were discovered close to the approximate 13,000-foot depth of the Titanic wreckage, an underwater drone or remote-operated vehicle would be necessary to reach them. Exactly, that's what I'm saying, right? Like, this is so deep down. The Titanic is so deep down that it is dangerous, like almost impossible, I think, to actually send other, you know, submarines that would have actual humans in them down to that surface. So they're having to look at sending underwater drones, remote operated vehicles. And then the question is, like, how the hell do you get this thing back up to the surface if you find it? They basically can't. Most subs that go that deep are on science missions year round. And other folks with subs that might go that deep is the U.S. Navy Special Operations Submarine, the USS Jimmy Carter, and they'd probably not reveal its full specs for these people. The Boston Coast Guard declined to comment on the reported banging sounds. An email sent Tuesday afternoon from the president of the Travel and Research Group, the Explorers Society, stated it is being reported that at 2 a.m. local time on site, that sonar detected potential tapping sounds at the location, implying the crew may be alive and signaling. Boston Coast Guard, which is leading the rescue efforts, did not immediately reply to a request for comment on the reported tapping sounds. The mass email said that 2 society members were on board the Titan. Also, this fucking name, man. The Titan. It's not a Titan, okay? It's a 4x4 piece of foil. And they urged the group to contact their representatives about using remote-operated vehicles made by a private UK-based company. A team out of the UK named Magellan has an ROV rated for 6,000 meters, which is loaded on a plane and ready and waiting to help. But the U.S. government and USCG, U.S. Coast Guard, have not yet given them permits to participate. The Boston Coast Guard has not yet responded to questions about the depth grading of the ROVs currently in use in the search efforts or the proposal to use the UK company's products. So apparently the Titan lost contact with its support ship 1 hour and 45 minutes into the dive on Sunday. A DHS official told Rolling Stone that as of 5 hours ago, you guys also know this is going to get made into a movie, right? As of 5 hours ago, the Titan still had 40 hours of oxygen left and stated that the situation looks bleak, adding that they believe the banging was coming from the aircraft, but that they haven't heard any noise since yesterday. The Titan is a 21-foot-long vehicle from the tourism company OceanGate Expeditions. It's a Cyclops-class craft with a single porthole for observation. Single porthole. Cannot get over that. Designed to take paying customers on deep-sea explorations. In a statement, OceanGate said, "Our entire focus is on the crew members in the submersible and their families. We are exploring and mobilizing all options to bring the crew back safely." Yeah, you guys are fucking done, okay? OceanGate is over. The 4 passengers on board alongside a pilot have been identified as Pakistani businessman Shahzada Dawood and his son Suleiman, French Titanic expert Paul-Henri Najolet, and Hamish Harding, chairman of Dubai-based Action Aviation. Before departing on the expedition, Harding posted on his Instagram account about the trip. "We started steaming from St. John's, Newfoundland, Canada yesterday and are planning to start dive operations around 4 a.m. tomorrow morning. Until then, we have a lot of preparations and briefings to do," he wrote in the caption, and worried over whether the conditions would be right to begin the dive. He added more expedition updates to follow if the weather holds. Apparently, the only communication that was possible between OceanGate and the Titan was via texting. And then they lost service.
The search continues for a mini sub that disappeared on a trip to view the wreckage of the Titanic. 5 people are on board. The Coast Guard in Boston says that the sub lost contact Sunday, about an hour and 45 minutes into its dive.
What we know right now is that the craft was on a journey to the wreck of the Titanic. It's operated by the U.S.-based company OceanGate Expeditions. 5 people are on board so far. We've been able to identify 3 of the tourists, including British explorer Hamish Harding, Pakistani businessman Shahzada Dawood, and his son Suleiman.
The search for the vessel is underway around 900 miles east of Cape Cod, near where the Titanic sank and where the water reaches around 13,000 feet deep. The Coast Guard says the sub lost contact on Sunday about an hour and 45 minutes into its dive.
We were notified by the operator of the submersible vessel that it was overdue, and it had 5 persons on board the submersible. So we're working very closely at this point.
Here's a good visual of how deep it is. Titanic OceanGate update with less than 40 hours of oxygen left. How deep is the 5-passenger sub? Somewhere around 3,700 meters where the Titanic is. Again, that's about 14,000 feet. So how deep is 3,700? This scary video will show you. Can't wait to watch this and yet again remind myself why I do not go in the ocean. This is going to be so fucking loud. Let me just turn this down. Because on Twitter, you cannot adjust the volume. The sound is useless. Okay. Okay, so here's the Eiffel Tower is 324 meters. I like that they used like like the tunages. Like, yeah.
6 months strong. Here's to the next 6 quinquan raid.
6 months strong. Thank you, J1B Jab. Okay, so the Burj Khalifa is 829 meters. Mm-mm. Nope. See, I'm out. Oh my god. Huh. Uh, uh, uh. And there it is. The RMS Titanic, 3,700 meters below the surface. Yeah, F that. No. Oh my god. The ocean is so fucking scary. Oh my god. Did you catch the meta? Yeah, was that real? The billionaire's stepson who tweeted at Blink 182 that he'd be at the concert. Was that actually real? Oh my god. Ugh. Wait, will someone... Okay, let me see if I can find that tweet. Blink 182. Okay, so this is actually real. Oh my god, this is so dystopic. Stepson of missing billionaire on Titanic submarine shares that... Why would you share this? Shares that he attended the Blink 182 concert. I cannot believe this is real. It might be distasteful being here, but my family would want me to be at the Blink 182 show as it's my favorite band and music helps me in difficult times. Hey, buddy, nobody knows who the fuck you are. Why did you have to post a photo? It's not like someone would see you at Blink 182 and be like, aren't you Brian Saz, who's the stepson of Hamish Harding, who's currently missing on the Ocean Gates Titan? Go to his actual Twitter account. This guy is... This can't be real. Okay, so he's obviously a massive Blink 182 fan. Ladies, I'm single. No, this cannot be real. No. Thanks for all the love and support, fam. He's apparently been jailed for threatening... Why was this guy not on the SS Titan? Well, why is he tweeting up a fucking storm? What a freak. What a freak. Oh, he's actually a lunatic. Blink 182 gets us through life's toughest times. You fucking weirdo. Brian Saz, after being called out for harassment by women in the rave community, tweeted a storm of threats, namely threatening a massacre at the events that are happening in Las Vegas this weekend. Okay, so arrest him, including Excision on July 2nd and 3rd and Millennium's Trilogy show on July 3rd. Brian tweeted that it was funny that the women who called him out think that they're safe this weekend at Trilogy and that he'll see them there. These are serious threats that members of the community did not take lightly, and both Excision and Millennium's teams were notified and took action. What is going on? Bro. Oh, this guy's just a certified freak in the worst way. Oh my God. First of all, I've never tweeted this much in one day, let alone while my stepfather is currently missing 14,000 feet under the sea. What the fuck? And then he tweeted this meme where Courtney, the original photo is Courtney holding up a sign saying, Travis, I'm pregnant. Someone made a meme, Travis, my stepdad Hamish is on this submarine lost at sea. I'm devastated, but I came to the San Diego show tonight so you could give me hope and cheer me up. Like, this guy is so fucked. Blink 182. What the fuck? What is wrong with him? Dude, this kid is not okay. What? Brian, let me see what people are saying about him. Brian, Blink. I can't believe this is a real sentence, but FYI, the stepson of the billionaire who is stuck on the Titanic sub that is coping by going to Blink 182 concerts was recently in jail on stalking and harassment charges and also threatened to shoot up an EDM festival. Goddamn. Brian enjoying the Blink 182 concert. The diver's looking for his stepdad. Where are you? Oh, this guy is horrible. Oh my God. Oh my God, man. Yes, I went to Blink 182 last night. Not sorry, this band has always helped me through difficult times. Honestly, fuck off. Could you imagine saying Blink 182 is your favorite band? Yeah, I mean, this is just like embarrassing on all accounts. Brian, stop trying to use your stepdad's mortal peril to pick up girls on the internet and meet Blink 182. You aren't cut out for this game. What a fucking freak. What? Oh, this guy is the worst. I cannot believe that that is real. Found something about him. Check Discord. Can you just put it in? Can you put it in the chat? Okay, wait, let me go back
to make sure that we're doing everything that we can do to locate the submersible and rescue those on board. Our thoughts are with the crew members and the families on board, of those on board the submersible at this time, and we are doing everything that we.
You know it's a bad day when you get a call from Tucker Carlson. This is what Brian posted on what? Who is this kid? What the fuck? You know it's a bad day when you get a phone call from Tucker. Okay, so like based, but what? I'm genuinely so confused. Apparently he also arrested, or he harassed and stalked Alice in Wonderland. Yo, this guy should be banned from concerts. What the hell? This is genuinely so random. Tucker wanted to interview him. Wait, so is he saying, you know, it's a bad day, as in like, you know, tragic things are happening to you when Tucker Carlson wants to interview? He should just be straight up banned. This is like the weirdest turn of events.
We can do to make sure that we can.
The right is trying hard to make this about Biden letting rich Republicans die. Of course. Of course. Of course they are. okay? Because the right has nothing else to do but to make up crazy shit like that and then to also go after trans kids. That's all they have.
Can locate and rescue those on board. Adding to the complexity.
If only Biden was actually based. But he's British. It doesn't matter. I know. The right is always making Biden seem way cooler than he is.
Of this case is the fact that this was a submersible vessel. And so we need to make sure that we're looking both on the surface for the vessel if it had surfaced back to the water, but had somehow lost communications with the vessel, and that's what the aircraft and the surface search vessel is allowing us to do right now. But we're also having to search in the water column, and we're doing that right now with the use of sonar buoys and sonar on the ship that's out there to listen for any sounds that we can detect in the water column. Over the course of the next couple days, we anticipate adding additional capability to conduct additional search in the water as those commercial assets arrive on scene.
I'm Captain Jamie Frederick with the 1st
Oh
Coast
my
Guard
God,
District
leftist
Response
audio.
Department, which oversees search and
What to know about the man who threatened a massacre at Aleni? I genuinely cannot believe the turn in this story. Bro, he needs, honestly, somebody needs to throw him in one of these submersibles and chuck it down a volcano. Honestly. Like, if anybody should be on this submersible, it should be him. This guy is the worst. Oh my God. They sent out a whole like PSA. Look out for this guy. No, just ban him. I don't even know if you can do that. Footage from inside of the capsule has been released.
Hello, how are you? I am under the water.
God damn you! God damn you, admitted flunky! I don't know why. I wasn't even thinking footage from inside of the capsule. I was thinking that it was like, just like more, I don't know, another video explaining this fucking ship.
Please help me. Here too much raining.
I can't. Oh, I try so hard not to be a boomer. And yet, it comes for me. Shit. Why? I always get gotted.
Sit crisscross applesauce in the vessel.
What do you mean they have to bulch?
Oh my fucking God. Twitter audio is actually gonna kill me. It's actually gonna be the death of me. He can speak so well being underwater.
Situation is like a direct indictment against the idea that rich people are inherently smarter than poor people.
Yes.
Because what do you mean you have to sit crisscross applesauce in the vessel?
What do you mean they have to bulch you from the outside? Like, what do you mean that the whole thing is piloted by a knockoff brand PlayStation controller?
Exactly.
And especially, what do you mean you all paid $250,000 a person to do it? And like, of course, there's a level of sympathy that I feel because I would hate to perish that way. Like, the level of dread that wells up in me at the thought of going out like that, horrific. But a larger part of me is just like, I would never do that. You couldn't pay me to do that. And they paid to do it. Like, it doesn't make any sense.
This entire submarine situation is like...
This is literally everything that I said yesterday. I was like, you could not pay me $250,000 to go down in that thing. This directly contradicts the idea that rich people are smart. Okay, meritocracy is a lie. That rich people are rich because they're smarter than us. I think the other thing about this whole situation is the fact that, like, they were made aware of how unsafe this submersible is, and they still went in it. I think that's what is so crazy to me, is that they knew these. Were they though? They knew about the controller. Okay, wait, where's the Twitter where like the guy jokingly hears about how like unsafe this thing is, and he's like, where do I sign? You know, where's the dotted line for me to sign? I genuinely think that they I just think that they are, these rich people just don't think that this will happen to them, I guess. Oh, that was a reporter. But anyway, there was something else that I saw on Twitter. Where like they had a tour of the submersible. So like they knew how they would sit in it, okay? They saw how small it was. They knew about the controller. I don't think that the company stressed the fact that it was unsafe, but I think that anybody who had an ounce of common sense would have been like, "Oh yeah, this is not this is not safe." Okay, wait, here it is.
Service. An experimental submersible vessel that has not been approved or certified by any regulatory body and
okay, that right there has not been approved by any regulatory body. No, okay, absolutely not. I am not getting in something small to go underneath the ocean thousands of feet that has not been approved by any type of regulatory body.
could result in physical injury, disability, emotional trauma, or death. Where do I sign?
Could result in all of those things plus death.
Oh, take your shoes off. That's customary. Okay. Wow.
Inside, the sub has about as much room as a minivan.
So this is not your grandfather's submersible. We only have one button. That's it. It should be like an elevator. You know, it shouldn't take a lot of skill.
The Titan is the only 5-person sub in the world that can reach Titanic depths, 2.4 miles below the sea. It's also the only one with a toilet, sort of. And yet I couldn't help noticing how many pieces of this sub seemed improvised.
We can use these off-the-shelf components. I got these from Camper World. We run the whole thing with this game controller.
Come on!
It seems like...
I mean, again, right? Again, it's like people got in this thing and paid more money than I have ever seen in my life. Well, you know, Republicans, they don't want the government involved, all right? They want to be able to, they want to be able to just do things privately. On the bright side, the prices will be cheaper on their next expedition. Oh my God. Oh my God. The sound blasting out of that submarine. Oh boy. Oh, this entire story. It's hard to believe. It's hard to believe. And then this element of the fucking stepson, who it turns out is a psychopath. How much more is there going to be? Right? Like, that's the thing, is that when rich people are involved, you know that, like, the weirdest shit is gonna pop up, right? Like, this is not gonna be a run-of-the-mill, here's some people in a submersible that disappeared under the ocean. Not that that's, like, normal or anything. Yeah, 11-year-old controller can't use newer Bluetooth. Woo! That's what I'm saying, y'all. All right. I need to get off stream so I can prepare for this IRL stream tomorrow and hopefully get some good sleep because it's gonna be in the morning. And I am excited for it. And I hope that you guys tune in. I also need to eat something. This is what the CEO said about safety. Safety is pure waste. True. My man's is based. All right, folks. I'll send you guys over to Will Neff. Because I will always support him in everything. That's just who I am, okay? All right. That is why a statue of me should be enacted. It's fine, whatever. Thank you for supporting me this evening, especially when the boys are doing IRL stuff. So, does not go unnoticed who is here. Okay, I have written down the names of who the real ones are. Okay, I just want you to know that. I want you to know that. All right. That was big time noted. Okay, I have taken the notes. And I will not forget. I do not forget. I hope you enjoyed the conversation with Senator Kaler. I will look at doing more of those potentially in the future. And I will see you guys hopefully tomorrow night at tomorrow night. Jesus Christ. Sorry, it's been a long day. It's been a long day. I will see you hopefully tomorrow morning. Pray that I can get this backpack going, and if I do, I hope you show up. Thank you, thank you. All right, I'm sending you over to Japan. Sayonara.